emphasizes that even out of the 3,000 plus ideas that students across Delhi sat down to think of, the top ideas that got pulled up were not innovative ideas. There were maybe 10 innovative ideas out of the 3,000 teams that actually came up with ideas. So I think there is some space and some time and some thought that we who are researchers, faculty, practitioners, help incubators, and so on and so forth, to actually look at how do we, what is innovation and what is the relationship between innovation and entrepreneurship. And then at some point, we will be able to say that of the 130, of the 100 unicorns that have come out from that are registered in India, and we all take pride in the fact that there are 100 unicorns. We are we're leading in the number of unicorns that have come out of India. I'd like each one of you to go back and do some analysis of the unicorns themselves. If you look at most of them have copied an interesting idea. So whether it is Oyo, who copied Airbnb's idea, or to some extent a Tribo or whatever, whether it is Flipkart, whether it is Nykaa, whether it is, and you can go down the list and you can look at it. I'm not saying that that is, again, any less to build a business of this size, but all I'm saying is it is not built on innovation. The innovation might be in process, the innovation might be in reaching out to an audience, which is very different from, let us say, somebody living in Midwest US. But at the end of the day, we still have very few original, innovative, interesting ideas that are coming out. And therefore, in today's talk, I want to go back to the person whose work I have read and respected quite a bit, and that is John Schumpeter. Some of you might have heard, he had talked about his book called Small is Beautiful. He also has a very interesting theory on innovation and entrepreneurship, and that is where I will start with, and talk about my thing. So, okay, wait a second. Are my slides moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So, just remembering Schumpeter, he said his most distinctive contributions were in the concept of innovation and entrepreneurship. And he wrote a lot about the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in economic growth. And if you notice, he actually called it new combinations. So, you don't have to invent new things, but you have to still come up with interesting new combinations. In 1912, Schumpeter actually he came up with a theory of economic development, and he viewed the occurrence of discontinuous and revolutionary change. Yeah, words that are possibly not typically used in economics any longer, but I think it's important to look at the occurrence of discontinuous and revolutionary change as the core of economic development. So only when there is a disruption that happens, there is an economic development that happens, which breaks the economy out of its static mode and sets it on a dynamic path of fits and starts. And therefore, he is really saying that if the economy has to grow, then we need people who are willing to look at discontinuous and revolutionary changes. And Schumpeter argued that anyone seeking profits must innovate, because only that will cause the different employment of economic systems, existing supplies and productive means, or else we continue to use the supplies and productive means in a very static way, and that itself does not help us to take anything forward. So I hope this is meaningful to you, to just keep the fact that there is a classic theory that is spoken about in the concept of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I want to link that to this, to saying that if we want to just very quickly think about what are some of the key steps in entrepreneurship. Uh, First and foremost, it is not about I have an idea and therefore I'm going to, now sell that idea to people. That's not really what entrepreneurship is about, while many times it is seen as that. In fact, it is offering a solution to a problem that exists at any level. So if you look at, there has been a lot of rise of entrepreneurial ventures during COVID, small and big, because a problem occurred. People were not able to step out. There were old people who were at home. There were entire families that were stuck at home because they did not have help, and they all had COVID and they were unable to cook and so on and so forth. So there have been many innovative solutions that have emerged to the problems that were arising because of the situation that happened. Uh, when I see a problem which moves me, like there are hundreds and hundreds of problems around us, I don't necessarily get affected by every problem if I'm an entrepreneur. I actually start for those that seem meaningful to me, interesting to me, in my radar. I start to generate ideas for that, and I blend ideas, and that is where I'm talking about innovation. It is not about having your best eureka moment, but it is about getting and blending ideas. And there is this whole idea of coalition building, which includes pre-selling to peers, reciprocity and exchange, reassurance, competence, spreading the risk. So again, as an entrepreneur, you're never a solopreneur, right? Then you are called a solopreneur, you're not by yourself. In fact, entrepreneurship includes building of coalitions, building of different problem solvers together, or people who are moved by the same problem to work together. And you start before you find a perfect solution. Entrepreneurship is also not about coming up with the best solution, but it is to say, at some level I start and I figure out things as they go along. And of course, the last step is to go find funding, which often becomes the first step for a lot of entrepreneurs. And if you notice, I'm saying that the first 5 steps, the more important steps, are around innovation and about finding interesting solutions. So entrepreneurs typically focus on attracting, developing, retaining, and rewarding innovations and innovativeness within themselves and others. Entrepreneurs do not focus only on profit, growth, and all of that, because those are byproducts of having innovations and innovativeness among the people and among themselves that are there, because those people find certain ideas. So going back to, I hope I'm going to stop sharing for a moment and just discuss this with you. Does this make sense to you? Does this as a concept seem relevant to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very relevant.
Madam, so can I have one query?
Yes, go
So,
ahead.
as you said, disruption is necessary, in innovations, right? So
Yes.
in the country like Nepal, India, especially in South Asian countries, right? So while we go for disruption, the performance of organizations or industry, comes down, right, in disruption. And we do not have patience, especially like industry people or like people working there, do not have patience waiting for the result, right? So in
Hmm.
this context, then how can we manage our industry when we go for the disruption innovation? So would you please throw light on this?
Yeah. So I don't think this is about just disruption. While I agree that there is enough patience for disruption, I think the important thing is that does the entrepreneur want to disrupt what is happening? Because typically an entrepreneur is starting out new and nobody is really watching them when they're starting. But with a small disruption, they can then affect the entire community of whatever community they become part of, right? So while in an industry that is already running, or an organization that is already running, disruptions are very, very meaningful, but they can be very painful, as you've rightly pointed out, and they may not be welcomed as well. But an entrepreneur will always have the capacity to think disruptively. If they do disruptively, then they can actually solve the problem. In fact, that is partly why in a large number of very large organizations like the IBMs and the Ciscos and all of that, they have they have what they focus on intrapreneurship. So they are saying, can we protect our entrepreneur in the company, create a safe place for them, and therefore allow them to innovate and then bring their innovations back into the larger organization. So it is not seen as while you're running, but can you create a small place, safe place for people? They try, they run, they figure out, and then they bring it back to the main thing. And that is why there is also this whole concept of intrapreneurship. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And there is somebody else who had their hand up. Sri Lakshmi, do you have a question?
I think it was an accidental.
It was an accident. Okay, so let me move ahead and talk about innovation a little bit, because I think that's important for us to also understand if we want to do this. Okay, I will move on. Okay, so innovation is not simply invention, right? In fact, it is a conceptualization plus invention plus exploitation of the invention. So, there have been multiple ideas and multiple instances where, in fact, new ideas have been thought through, some innovation has been done, but it remains the property of the individual or the organization, and it is not exploited, it is not used, it is not put in place to actually solve the problem that innovation is supposed to do. And as a result, that is a good idea, it's creativity, it may be an art, but it is not an innovation. And of course, Peter Drucker, who many of you have possibly heard of, very clearly said that innovation is hard work rather than genius. So, because it's not about being a very smart person, but it is about working hard. And therefore, I think, as Peter Drucker, as I already said, that as an entrepreneur, actually you're not the most smartest person, but you are constantly thinking about how to and what to do about what is happening around me. And as a result, and once you hone on something, a solution that you think is viable, and then you're willing to work hard on actually making that solution available to people. You can never ever think of a perfect solution, and not all solutions and all ideas that you will come up with be viable and doable. So I think it's both that you need to think of. So often innovation is simple, it is focused, it is specific, it starts small and not grandiose. Yeah, I hope you agree with this and you accept this, that innovation is not something that is, that is always complex, and it has to be focused on one particular problem. It has to be specific. I can't just think of a broadband innovation. It has to start small, and this is something I will again talk about as we go along, because if I start to think that I will come up with a very big, very amazing solution in the beginning, it simply fails even before it starts. And of course, I think an important aspect is that innovation is like a relay race. You don't run the entire race. You take the baton and you pass it on to somebody else who will do the rest of it, what they are good at. And therefore, that's important for you to look at. There are many, many myths that people hold about innovation. And I just want to talk about some of them. And one of them is that it is often seen as, Archimedes' eureka moment, right? Or it is seen as, aha, I got it. It is not a eureka moment. It is actually a process which you need to keep following if you want to get there. There is no clear path to innovation. There is a myth that people hold that there are some organizations, some individuals who know that clear path to innovation. It isn't. The third thing is that there is also a myth that if I come up with a great idea, others will absolutely jump at it. If it is not true, most people, even the best of the minds, don't necessarily welcome great ideas. Yeah, newness makes us anxious and stressed, and therefore whenever there is a new idea, I will possibly just ignore it. Innovation is an individual activity is another myth that people hold. It is not something that you do stuck in a hole in your lab. It is something that you do in the social context, you do in the people's context, you do in the context of the environment that you are in. There are also myths about the fact that, certain people can't be creative. I can't be creative. Everyone is creative, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Also, people believe that they have possibly an enhanced sense of catching a good idea when they see it. Unfortunately, most of us, even with our students, would, when I reflect back, have possibly stopped somebody from a good idea because I was not able to appreciate it at that time. There is also a myth that the best idea wins. No, the most viable idea wins. There are some very good technology solutions that stay in labs because while they might be elegant and they might be very efficient and all of that, but they're sometimes not viable. And also, has the inventor of that idea actually put in the effort to exploit that idea, or is there somebody behind them who is exploiting the idea, is also becomes an important point. And also, there is this belief that all innovation is good. Never. Yeah, nothing is always good or always bad. And so it's also true for innovation, right? Here are some very famous innovation killer quotes, right? Warner Brothers, movie makers, in 1927, when there were movies that were made without, talking, because that technology was not available, and somebody came up with the idea, with the possibility of talking and of video, yeah, with audio combined. And Harry Warner in 1927 said, "Who the hell wants to hear actors talk?" In retrospect, it seems like what was he thinking? But in reality, at that point of time, this was the mood. This is 20th Century Fox 1946, Daryl Zanuck, who, when somebody came up with the idea of television, said television won't be able to hold to any market. It captures after the first 6 months. People will get tired soon of staring at a plywood box every night. Yeah, and 1946 to 2022, we know that is as far from truth as it is. And of course, the founder of DEC, 1977, who was at that time, making large computers. And then somebody came up with the idea of a personal desktop, and he said there's no reason for any individual to have a computer in their home. And I'm sure these are some very big ones, but there are enough and more innovation killer quotes that you hear around you all the time. And you have possibly been also somebody who's made some quotes, have said something which in the future it has completely not held time. So I think I want to spend a little bit of time on what are some of the processes of innovations. If you really want somebody to become an entrepreneur, to think of an entrepreneur, of all of that, so we need to understand some of this. I think we need to understand that it is uncertain. There isn't a certain path. It is knowledge intensive. You need people, you need to talk to people, you need to be able to, the kaleidoscope, where if you move the periscope that we have all used, where if you move the tube, different formations of colors and shapes get formed. You need to be able to move the tube and have glasses falling into place that will lead you to a different kind of thing. Sometimes it can be quite controversial because it competes with existing arrangements. So for sure that when Uber came, the taxi drivers went on strike, or taxis went on strike, thinking that this is going to actually affect their living. The process crosses boundaries. It is not always in one speed. For sure again that while we have all spoken about solar power and electrical vehicles and so on and so forth, the progress has been really slow, because in fact it requires a certain intense crossing of boundaries for this to happen. Of course, the process can be fragile, political, and imperialistic. Somebody at the top can completely squish the process. A funder can, a government can, all of that can happen. And these are some of the things that you need to recognize that an entrepreneur is up against when they are starting to actually innovate and come up with new ideas. And that is partly why many times it is easier to do a copycat business, because you're just doing something that everybody else has done all this work for. But in fact, we as researchers, faculty, funders have to realize that there is a certain level of thing. Innovation is a garden of paradoxes. I just want to refer to the paradoxes that are there. And paradoxes by nature can never be solved, by definition can never be solved. You need to keep both sides of it alive all the time. And just for you to understand the importance of a paradox, or why I'm saying that paradoxes can never be solved, is for me to give you an example of a very common paradox, a universal paradox that we continuously live with, and that is of breathing in and breathing out. Both breathing in and breathing out are absolutely good, but I cannot live without breathing in, and I cannot live without breathing out. And paradoxes are of that nature. You have to preempt the future, but you have to profit in the present. So innovators and entrepreneurs can't say that I am developing something so great for future that they are not alive in the present, or they cannot simply keep profiting in the present, because then they will not be alive in the future. And you know examples of the Kodak film company and all of that, which at some point did not look into the future and kept saying, you know, as long as I make money today, the company doesn't exist today. Similarly, you have to develop core competencies, but you have to prevent core rigidities. As a universe, as an entrepreneur, you cannot become good, your enterprise cannot become good unless it is competent at something at core. But core competencies also lead to sometimes rigidities. Then you don't want to build anything else. And I think the paradox is that both are important. You have to, and I think as Professor already said, that whenever we do disruption, there is a challenge to continuity. But again, it's a paradox. How do you maintain continuity and yet adapt to change? How do you maintain standard process yet foster creative chaos? How do you become cross-functional yet deepen functional expertise? And how do you diversify and grow yet stay focused and lean? Right? So these are some of the things that, again, I think it's important. I just rushed through the other paradoxes because I guess you get my point as to what I'm trying to say is that how can you remain as innovative, right? I want to also share with you something around why sometimes are entrepreneurs not able to really go forward, because often they get stuck in managerial thinking, while as an entrepreneur you need to have what is called the entrepreneurial mindset. Yeah, and the entrepreneurial mindset fosters innovation. The managerial thinking fosters status quoisness, and therefore it's important that as again we understand the difference between the two, right? I have put two pictures here. One is that of a recipe book, and the other is that of a open fridge. Now imagine you are at home at 6 p.m. and your friend calls and says, well, we're coming over for dinner. And you pick out your recipe book, you find out which is a recipe you can make in the next 30 minutes. You pick up the recipe, you look at all the ingredients. If you don't have any ingredients, you call Swiggy, you get them to deliver, or you send somebody to buy something for you. Or you open your fridge and say, okay, what is in the fridge? And you pick things from the fridge to actually create a meal at that point of time. Both of them, the outcome is that you have a meal, but the process is very different. The open the fridge, the recipe book thinking is where you have objectives, you have strategic plans. It includes planning, organizing, controlling, and leading. And open the fridge and figuring out what to cook is called the entrepreneurial thinking, where you start with what you have got. It is collaborative, it is experimental. Objectives arise from experience, and you prefer to network rather than do market research. Okay, so again, what I'm trying to say is that while both have their advantages, the more innovative entrepreneurial thinking requires you to be able to have the mindset where you can open the fridge and figure what to cook, rather than use the recipe book to actually lead to success. These two have been named as causal reasoning versus effectual reasoning. The causal reasoning is the recipe book thinking, where you have a predetermined goal and you have a given set of means. You identify optimal ways to reach the goal. You may or may not be creative, but you get to the goal. You use all your given means to reach to the given goal. Effectual reasoning is where you have a certain set of means. You have certain people, you have some money, you have some idea, you know the problem you want to solve. You do not set out what your goals are, but you imagine several ends, yeah, and you creatively use your goals, your means to reach the imagined set of ends. And whether you look at people like Genghis Khan or Columbus, they in a way really looked at demonstrated effectual reasoning. In causal logic, the managerial kind of logic, the basic premise is, to the extent we can predict the future, we can control it. Right? It is very useful when the future is uncertain but knowable. Goals are clear, but ways to achieve them are not. The environment is reasonably well structured, but largely outside our control. In effectual logic, the basic premise is, to the extent we can work with things within our control, which is what happened during the COVID times, we don't need to predict the future. Don't worry about what's going to happen a year later. Whatever we have, can we work with that? Because that is what will ensure survival. The future is not only uncertain, but is also unknowable. Goals are ambiguous, but means are clear and limited. The environment is unstructured, but subject to shaping by human action. Right? If I'm in the middle of a storm or a huge cyclone, at least for some time, it is not only unstructured, but it is also not shapeable by human action. That is when I need to do crisis management. I need to use a different kind of logic. But when I know that it is unstructured, but it is subject to shaping by human action. For example, when COVID happened, people knew that if we were able to find a vaccination and reach that vaccination to billions of people, we will be able to do something about it. But how, what, where, why was completely ambiguous, and we didn't know how to get there. So just to give you certain aspects, so there is a play between prediction and control. As long as prediction is high and control is high, you use visionary kind of a thing. But when prediction is high and control is very low, you use causal logic. When you have prediction is low and control is low, you use adaptive logic. You try adapting. And effectual, the entrepreneurial logic is where prediction is low, but control is high of the person to be able to co-create. Right? And therefore, in the entrepreneurial world, entrepreneurs play in the space of low prediction, high control. Right? What can I do with what I have, while I may not be able to predict what the future is going to be? Right? As a manager, it's just the opposite, where my prediction is high and my control is low. I just use my current means to do what I have to make sure that the future is as well. So I guess the important question is, how do you control a future you cannot predict? You actually do it through effectual co-creation. Right? There are certain principles that have been identified by Saraswati, who came up with this whole concept of effectual thinking, who actually spoke about the fact that expert entrepreneurs think differently. And the few processes that she has identified include the bird in hand principle. You start with who you are, what you know, and whom you know as an entrepreneur, not with preset goals. You invest what you can afford to lose, right? Not based on what expected returns I will have if I put in 100 rupees today. You build a network of self-selected stakeholders. People, whatever comes to you, you create a quilt around it, and not based on competitive analysis where you say, okay, this person would be the best thing that I would need for solving the problem. That is what you do when you have a more controlled problem. And entrepreneurs are very good at making the best out of surprises, and especially the negative surprises that get thrown at them. So when life throws lemons at them, they make lemonade out of it. So they leverage surprises. And the whole idea is that I don't allow somebody to drive my plane. I drive my plane because I believe that future comes from what we do today, not inevitable trends that are happening. So I will leave this. So because we are running out of time, and I'd like to give you some time to ask questions, but typically the process of effectuation means I have a bird in hand, I look at my means, I look at what I can afford to lose. I don't mind if I lose my mortgage on my house. I constantly interact with people. I get people to make commitments which create new means and new goals. And I remain the pilot in the plane, and I leverage my surprises, and therefore it becomes kind of a circular process where I continuously develop new means for me. I figure out what the new goals are, and then I keep going and doing what I need to do. However, in the process of doing this, yeah, I think we have to look at some of the lessons that are available to us from practice about what helps entrepreneurs to not get into the managerial causal logic and to remain in the effectual and the non-causal logic that is important. So one is, please remember that perfect is the enemy of innovation. Right? You will never ever be able to innovate and come up with an enterprise if you start thinking that I will have a perfect solution, right? You are also possibly not likely to be successful if you don't thrive in intensity. If you like low stimulation, if you like to relax, if you like to always rest and have a nice controlled environment, maybe entrepreneurship is not for you, innovation is not for you, because in fact only when there are many intense things that happen that innovation and entrepreneurship happens. So living in a sterile, vacuum safe world does not create entrepreneurship. People have to face some level of chaos, they have to have some level of infection, and they have to have some level of pressure. That is only what something that will help them. Steve Jobs had said that only interaction is equal to innovation. If you think you are a loner and you work by yourself and you can only work by yourself, then you will not be able to innovate and be an entrepreneur. You have to have interdisciplinary learning. You can't say I'm an expert in physics and that is all I'm going to talk to you about. And there is always going to be failure. So keeping up the morale becomes important. Trying to protect your success is only going to lead you to even lose what you have. And I think Walt Disney's mantra I love, because he says, I don't make movies to make money. I make money to make movies. The motivation is not to be a rich person. The motivation is to have the money to be able to solve problems, to do something in that process. So I think what I'm saying is that we also need to look at some of the ways in which entrepreneurs can actually improve innovation for themselves as we do. I think I will skip this. The more important thing that I'm saying is that as an entrepreneur, right, it is valuable for us to look at what is it that entrepreneurs do, how they think, and how at best they can be innovative no matter what happens around them. So I will stop here. I purposefully kept my lecture short so that we could also have a conversation rather than simply me doing a one-way talk. If you have questions, I'd be willing to answer. If you have a critique of what I'm saying, I'm happy to hear that. But or if you think you agree with it, I'm also happy to hear this. It is quite surprising that since 1937, Schumpeter's work, there is while it is talked about, but not a lot is drawn in the whole relationship between innovation and entrepreneurship. While there's creativity, there is all of that, but there isn't innovation. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
We'll keep it open for questions. In the meantime, ma'am, I have a question. You had mentioned about causal logic, and you say the goals are clear, but ways to achieve them are not. On an entrepreneurial environment, how does an institution enable that clarity or provide that clarity of thought? How to reach that goal which an entrepreneur has? He doesn't know how to go about, but he has some goals, and how does he reach that goals? Is there institutional support going to help
Yeah.
it, or?
Yeah. So I think what I'm trying to say is that actually entrepreneurs, if you look at the journey of hundreds of entrepreneurs, you can pick up any one of them. What they started out is not where they ended. There is always pivoting that is going to happen. There's always going to be a different end than what you imagined. What would be an end? So the point is not to have goals. The point is to be an excellent user of the means that I have, and then use those means to reach where I possibly could reach, right? I will remain in that domain. I will remain in the domain. I will try to solve the problem that I am trying to solve. But whether I will solve it in the way I think I want to solve it, I need to have flexibility to keep remaining there. Because the moment I say this is the only way to solve the problem, I'm not going to be an entrepreneur. Only managers can afford to do that, because they have a problem, they have the resources, they have the paths defined. Their job is to ensure that that path and the resources get efficiently used to reach that problem. As an entrepreneur, you don't have the path, you don't have the resources, you don't have all the resources. You know in the ballpark area what you want to solve, but you continuously keep interacting with the people, the money, the ideas that you have to make sure that you actually get there. So as a college, as an institution, I think it would be helpful for us to keep getting the person to be flexible and continuously pivot, rather than say, well, during the time of your coming into the incubation center or coming into this, you said you will do this, and now you're not doing this, and therefore you're out. I think we have to nurture the flexibility that is possibly required if I really want the person to succeed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Happy to take them.
Dr. Tamang, are
Yeah,
there
ma'am,
inquiries
I
from
will
your
have
side?
one things to share with you. You have talked about two ways of thinking, especially recipe and freeze, right? And on the very last part, you have mentioned the like preferring to network than do market research. And in business school, we always push our students do market research, identify the customers and all, you know, customer segments and all. So now, how can we, actually link it, this idea of, open the fridge and figure out what to cook, entrepreneurial mindset. So I'm really, I really would like to have more thoughts on this,
Sure.
preferring to network than do market research, man.
Sure. Um, I will give you a simple example and see how that makes sense, right? A lot of business schools are actually preparing people to be managers. So it's good to get them to do market research, yeah? Learn the skill of that. No problems with that. But the moment I am going to encourage somebody to be an entrepreneur, I will also have to start teaching different things. So, 2 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we had floated a course at IIM Ahmedabad, which was called Entrepreneurial Lab, right? So basically living action in business. So we told people, come in groups, come with an idea, you run the business and close the business, and you learn the whole process of running the business in those, 4 months that the term was. Now, so that we had one group which had a very clear idea. They said that students, because they all live in a hostel, therefore they have no opportunity to cook. But today a lot of the students are foodies themselves, and so therefore they do want to cook a little bit. And therefore, what they would do is they would create an infrastructure, a shared infrastructure, and they would facilitate the cooking process for students. So they will buy some induction heaters, they will buy some, one or two food processors, they will even pre-prepare some of the meals. So they would cut the vegetables, they would do all of this, and they would give them in a bag. The students will come together and they will quickly, cook it, and they will have a cookout party. Now, very good idea. They went to the students with this market research format, and they asked the students, will you be interested in it? How much will you pay for it? Students actually said yes, yes, yes. They did whatever they needed to do. They said, okay, there's a huge market demand for this. So because we were also giving them some 50,000 rupees, so they went out and bought some induction heaters. They ordered packaging material, they or all of that. They opened the business, and in 1 month time, one order, right? For there are 1,000 students on our campus, and they had surveyed some 600 or 700 of them, and everybody had said, if you had the opportunity, will you do it? Yes, of course, but nothing. Now, what happened? Yeah, obviously, if you ask a question, if you have the opportunity, would you like to cook? Yes, I would like to cook. I love cooking. But do you have the time? What is it? When will you cook? Where will this happen? Are we looking at changing the culture of the school? Because typically meals are served. Now you're saying there could be a place where this can happen, and all of that. So in fact, while the question asked what it needed to ask, but it did not really tap into the real phenomena that it was addressing, right? So in fact, for these students, I had told them when they had come up with this response, I told them, why don't you at least go and talk to some people, right? Why don't you arrange, borrow a induction heater from my home, and you try something like this. No, ma'am, we've done it. Look at the market results. It's so all I'm saying is, when they were thinking so much like a manager, while what they're doing is they're really not providing cooking services, they are creating a culture change within the university, within the institution, saying everybody goes and eats in the mess. We are creating a space where people can hang out over cooking, right? And rather, so if I address the problem like that, I will have a different conceptualization of it. I will say, okay, what do I have? What means can I put together to actually start making this culture change in the college? While that was something, again, so all I'm trying to say is that managerial thinking and actually entrepreneurial thinking are sometimes they're opposing each other. And I think we need to be careful that when I want somebody to be entrepreneurial, I have to push them not to just look at what is obvious and stated, but what is underlying. And that is why innovation or innovativeness becomes very important, even in the framing of the question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, all right, we are at 11, and I'm sure you have other things planned for the session, and we must finish on time. I would really thank you for giving me the opportunity to thinking about this for this talk. And when you asked me what the topic should be, it allowed me to think about, okay, what would I like to bring to a group of academics and researchers in the field. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, putting together some of the work that we have been doing in different formats in one kind of a framework. And thank you for letting me visit Schumpeter after many years. Thank you. And you all have a great conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to Mr. Sumesh, our research scholar, for a lot of thanks.
Good morning, all. On behalf of the organizing team, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. Professor Dr. Neharika Vohra, today's speaker, the resource person, is the first VC of Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Being a VC is not easy. As the executive head, she has a lot of responsibility, but still, she found time for addressing our conference. Thank you, ma'am, for sparing your invaluable time for enlightening us with your commendable knowledge.
Thank you.
And also for enhancing our understanding pertaining to innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Krishnan Hem, Head Department of Commerce, and Dr. Prashant Despai, the coordinator of the conference. As Krishnan sir has already mentioned, he and Mr. Govinda Tamang met in an FDP program in IIM Ahmedabad, where they was guided by Dr. Neharika ma'am. After finalizing the international conference, both of them wanted a session from Neharika ma'am. And we now know why. Thank you, sir. Pune ma'am said yesterday that it is very difficult to get an audience, but we have a wonderful audience here, both offline and online. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants, both offline and online. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you very much.
Thank
It's
you.
been a pleasure to see you again, once again on the session platform. We hope you will always associate with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you all the best for the conference. Thank you, Dr. Govinda Tamang, and
Thank you, ma'am.
Krishnan for inviting me and thanking me.
Pleasure is
And
all ours.
thinking about me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Govinda, we'll start the next session at 11:15.
Yeah.
We'll have parallelly 3 sessions happening here and 1 session at Nepal. So in total, we have 4 paper presentation sessions happening. Kindly share the meeting link for paper presentations at Nepal to my WhatsApp so that I can join immediately.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
So
We'll see.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Sir, we'll be starting paper presentation shortly.
Ah.
Participants are ready.
Oh.
Then, sir, call in. Sir, can you please take the call, sir? I'm Priya.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Respected Chair of the session, Dr. P.N. Harikumar, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, dear colleagues, researchers, and paper presenters. It is a matter of pleasure and honor to welcome you to the paper presentation session of our international conference titled Entrepreneurship, Business, and the Impact of COVID-19, jointly organized by PG and Research Department of Commerce, Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha, and in collaboration with School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. The duty bestowed upon me is to welcome you all who have joined online and offline for this paper presentation session. I wish to extend a warm welcome to our chair of the session, Dr. P.N. Harikumar, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. Sir has awarded PhD in Commerce and Management. Sir had produced around 15 PhDs, authored 46 books, published 135 articles in various journals, and had teaching experience for more than 25 years in various colleges affiliated to MG University. Sir has also acted as the Honorary Director of Kerala University Study and Research Center, Alappuzha. Sir is presently the Professor of Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. In spite of his heavy schedule, he had agreed upon us to accept our invitation and to join us online for this paper presentation session. So it is indeed a matter of great pride and immense pleasure to welcome you, sir, to the session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Wishing all the best to the paper presenters, and thank you.
Most respected head of the department and my dear friend Dr. Krishnan and other faculty members and the organizers of this international conference and my dear participants. And I have been associating with the Department of Commerce of Sanatana Dharma College for over the last 15 years in different academic and non-academic activities. And I think this research department is one of the best research departments of commerce functioning under Kerala University. Many research supervising teachers supervise research scholars having different topics in the area of commerce and management. Many PhDs have been awarded by Kerala University to these research centers. And at the same time, this research center and commerce department have organized many programs of research, either in the form of conference, faculty development program, research methodology workshop. And here I am very happy to be here, a part of this program. The capacity of the chair of a technical section for evaluating the paper presentations. And I congratulate the team of Commerce Department of SD College for selecting this wonderful topic, entrepreneurship, business, and COVID-19. So definitely the entrepreneurship is affected by this pandemic situation for over the last 2 or 3 years. So the paper presented by the participants in this technical section definitely indicate how the pandemic situation affects the business, especially the entrepreneurship. So I request the organizers to call upon the research scholars one by one and direct them to present their papers with a minimum time of 5 minutes, which includes the explanation to the title, objectives, problem, hypothesis if they formulated, and testing of the hypothesis, and finally findings and conclusion. I request the directors to call upon each and every participants who present papers in this technical section by one. Please. Priya.
First, I call upon Reshma MJ to present the paper.
Yes, I think I'm audible. So, dear academicians around the world, good morning. So, as we are reaching in this post-COVID era, we remember that during COVID time, we had to face a lot of restrictions like social distancing, lockdown, and we had to face this. And many people were feeling lonely, so they started to adopt pets. And this furry friend can help you make less lonely. And not only that, the pet humanizing effect, which is an expression saying that pet owners looking at their pets as their own child or like more like a family. This give an effect of rapid increase in the sale of pet care products and services across the globe. So on the backdrop of this, I'm looking at, sorry. Okay, sorry, back to the presentation. So on the backdrop of this, Reshma MJ, I'm a research scholar, and my research guide, Professor and Dr. Gabriel Simon Tattil, we are from the Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, Karivattam. We are looking at this topic called booming pet industry, emerging trends and opportunities in Indian pet business. Can you change the slide, sir? Thank you so much. So a little bit of background I want to mention that India's pet market is expected to grow at a rate of 4.7% in the coming 5 years. And not only that, India's pet food market alone is expected to grow at a 16.64%. And this India's pet market is dominated by dogs, followed by cats and other animals. So because the dogs are dominated, we are choosing dog as the pet for our study. And India is approximately has 2 crore dogs today and is expected to grow by 3 crore by 2023. So not only that, if you look in the global scenario, creative business concept and pet-related business opportunity pave way for a collaborative economy. So when I say collaborative economy, it means shared economy, whereby one individual shares asset to another for a fee, minimum fee or for free over the internet. Okay, so based on this, we have generated two problems. That is one, what are the emerging trends in the pet business? On the basis of that, we are looking in to study the emerging trends in the pet business. And the second problem being, what are the opportunities of a collaborative economy here? Now, first objective is done through literature review, that is through secondary data available from various sources. And the second objective is done through primary data. And the purpose of second objective, that is for collecting the primary data, we have chosen the state Kerala because it is a southern state with the largest consumer base. And not only that, Kerala has significant achievements in health and education fronts. Plus, Kerala has world's three largest rapidly urbanizing cities are in Kerala itself. So because of that, we have chosen Kerala state. And there are 94 lakh domesticated dogs in India and more than 8 lakh dogs domesticated in Kerala. And the significance, of course, is will help the entrepreneurs to do more business and to find more business opportunities. And the methodology adopted for the second objective, first objective is literature, and second objective is through qualitative research. And the major findings for our first objective was new product categories were found like pet wipes, dog paw cleaner, pet boots, etc. that address various needs of pets. Then increased number of pet food manufacturers are out there. Mass International lead this market, and we have also identified trainers and dog groomers, which are upcoming profession, so that the lifestyle will be improved for these pets. And for the second objective, we have conducted a qualitative research by 22 semi-structured interviews, and purposive sampling was adopted. The purpose being identifying those owners that have purchased at least one pet care product or service, and those are residing in Thiruvananthapuram Corporation, which is the largest corporation of the state. And after collecting the data, we have done thematic analysis, and 7 opportunity or 7 themes are identified. The first being pet transportation, pet ambulance, where the major talked out need. Then mobile pet grooming and house call vets, most of the services they expected to do at their home. Pet hostels and pet friendly hotels, because owners travel a lot, they needed to take their pets with them. Affordable product like getting discounts and free delivery. Pet insurance, so that they can cover the expenses of their pet. Then pet park, pet socializing, some of them understood the need for socializing their pets. And finally, home sitter or pet walker service. And most important talked out theme was pet transportation and pet friendly hotels. And finally, we wanted to conclude by arranging these themes into different business models through already identified important sectors of collaborative economy, that is accommodation, transportation, online labor market, and finance, and also through the lens of collaborative economy, classification, peer-to-peer no profit, peer-to-peer for profit, and business to consumer models. We have classified these themes into different business model. And finally, we would like to suggest that the entrepreneurs may find these business models and adopt these so that they can enhance the profitability, and of course they can provide more and more convenient and better services to the pets and their owners. So that's the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Okay, thank you, Reshma.
Yes, sir.
Reshma,
Thank you, sir.
please specify your title, exact title of your paper.
Sir, it's called the Booming Pet Industry, Emerging Trends and Opportunities in Indian Pet Business. As I mentioned, the pet industry is booming, not only because of the COVID effect, but thanks to social media, people are watching so many adorable photos and videos out there due to pet humanizing effect. Yeah.
Okay. And what was your first objective? What was your first objective?
To look at sir, okay, so to look at the emerging trends in the pet business of India.
Then you have used the primary data?
No, use the primary data for the second objective only, sir.
Okay, what was the second objective?
To identify the opportunities of a collaborative economy in the Indian pet business.
What was your sample size?
22 interview, semi-structured interview was done.
So you collect the data by conducting an interview, semi-structured interview.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So what was your major finding?
Sir, I have identified 7 themes, and the major themes were pet transportation and pet-friendly hotels. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So pet transportation, where the owners were talking about pet ambulance services mostly, and pet transportation like pet cabs. They wanted that, and also pet-friendly hotels and hostels, because most of the owners travel a lot. They needed to take their pets with them. So if they could get a pet-friendly hotel service, then that would be good for them. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Reshma, for your wonderful presentation. Your topic is good. And there is a time for asking the questions by the participants, other participants. If you have any question, please ask. She will clarify. Participants, please. Okay, Lakshmi, please call upon the another participant.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Rajeshwari R. Menon. You can start. Are you presenting by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 1 minute. You will be given a warning in the chat box after 4 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
You have total of 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is the slide visible?
Yes.
It is visible. You start.
Okay, okay. A very good morning to one and all. Respected Harisa. Myself, Rajeshwari R. Menon, research scholar, St. Thomas College, Pala. And my topic for the presentation is resilience and performance of tourism entrepreneurs in the new normal. Introduction. The tourism industry has unprecedented changes due to the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020. The spread of the pandemic led the government to adopt a number of strategies like travel bans, lockdowns, quarantines, mobility control, which caused a significant demand in the tourism service by instilling fear in tourists, which affected their traveling habits, also created uncertainty in tourism sector. COVID-19 has even pushed the tourism entrepreneurs for mass layoffs, payroll reduction, shutting down of business, and even weakened their financial position, also affected their mental health, causing stress, depression, and suicidal tendency, financial losses due to failure of business entrepreneurial activity. Now, entrepreneurial resilience has emerged as a success factor for business in the new normal, as resilient entrepreneurs exhibit a higher degree of tolerance for stress, adaptation to change, and have a welcoming attitude towards difficult situation and learn from their previous experience. or mistake. The new normal for tourism entrepreneurs requires a fundamental reconstruction of the tourism industry by formulating policy guidelines for the day-to-day operations, including providing safe and clean environment for all the stakeholders, including guests, employees, also providing equitable wages, sick leave, and also health benefits. So methodology and objective, it is a conceptual article that implements a narrative literature review. First of all, I have selected certain keywords like pandemic, COVID-19, resilience, entrepreneurial performance, sustainable tourism, and 65 records are being identified from the database. 6 records were excluded for no relevance. Books and books chapters was excluded. Also removed 5 duplicates, and finally included 54 studies. The objectives are to study the resilience strategy adopted by tourism entrepreneurs in the new normal, to study the impact of resilience strategy adopted on the performance of tourism entrepreneurs in the new normal. Now, discussion. Resilience is the entrepreneur's ability to change, and resilience entrepreneur welcome rather than resist change, also work hard to achieve goals and manage challenge. So this pandemic has been considered as a transformational opportunity to learn from the crisis and also to enhance performance and prepare for a similar crisis. A response to crisis or resilience strategy depends upon the attitude of the entrepreneur, characteristics of business, human, social, and physical capital, changes in business policy, and institutional connectedness. Attitude of the entrepreneurs, as crises were perceived as opportunities, the entrepreneurs altered their behavior, initiate innovative strategies that would enable them to act even in critical personal and structural situations. Attitude of entrepreneurs include proactivity in order to restore the new normal, optimism, positive attitude towards crisis, innovation like digitalization or formulating innovative strategies in the new normal, self-efficacy and self-confidence to face the crisis, leadership. A transformative leader is required in this new normal, and previous experience to learn from the previous mistake. Characteristics of business, it includes most resilient companies focused on their main competency. They have flexible organizational culture and high trust, strong local identity based on values, and an authentic brand. It includes a variety of factors like customer loyalty, because you have to build the trust that is gone in during the new normal. Adaptability, innovativeness, employee suggestions, renew and reorganize, which is very important to transform their business. Future vision, local identity. Next is human, social, and physical capital. Innovative staff and innovative and adaptable staff. Strong social connection is required.
You have 1 minute left.
Local infrastructure helps in building resilience. Institutional connectedness, connecting entrepreneurs with various other factors of ecosystem. Change in business policy, new product development, new business model, digitalization, and using social media, utilization of dynamic capabilities. So from the review, entrepreneurial attitudes like self-efficiency, optimism, which is very necessary during the crisis situation. Even though profit is decreased, it helps. The attitude helps to increase the business performance. Innovation also helps in helps the entrepreneurs to improve their performance, whereas relation with various ecosystem factors helps to improve their business performance during the new normal. Adapting to the new business model, training to employees, their social capital, the physical infrastructure, all helps in their business performance in the new normal. So as a result, all these transformations are be found beneficial for the performance of entrepreneur in the new normal. So this is my conceptual framework where impact.
Time is over. You have to conclude.
Ma'am, can I continue?
Okay, Rajeshwari.
Okay, sir.
And please convey your title. What is your title?
Resilience and performance of tourism entrepreneurs in the new normal, sir.
Resilience and performance of tourism entrepreneurs in the new
normal.
What is the first objective?
First objective is to study the resilience strategy adopted by the tourism entrepreneurs in the new normal.
And what type of data you collected and analyzed to fulfill this objective?
Sir, I used a literature review, narrative literature review. I read for 54 articles and took the factors that affects their resilience.
Okay, what is the second objective?
to study the impact of resilience strategy adopted on the performance of tourism entrepreneurs.
What type of data you collected for
Same, sir. It was a conceptual. This is a conceptual.
So this is a conceptual paper, not a
yes.
data-based paper.
Yeah, database
Okay.
paper.
So what is the research design? What is the design of this paper? Whether it is a descriptive research design, exploratory research design, analytical research design?
So
Which
it
one?
is a descriptive, sir. It is a descriptive research design, sir.
And what is your major finding?
Major finding is that all the strategy that the tourism entrepreneurs have adopted, for example, based on their attitude or characteristics of business or their human, social, and physical capital, all has an implication on their performance in the new normal, sir.
So your paper is based on many literatures available. That means you have reviewed more than 54 research papers on this topic.
Yes.
And based on such a review, you prepare this topic conceptually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how did you measure the impact? I think one of the objective in which you try to measure the impact.
Sir, I same thing, sir. Conceptual article. As I already told, various factors was identified, and I got the similar reviews wherein all these factors identified has a implication on their performance.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Lakshmi, please call upon the second one, third one.
Okay, sir. Anaga Narayanan and co-authored by Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle. You can press.
So hi everyone, I'm Anaka, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. So here is my topic, role of government schemes in fostering entrepreneurship in Kerala. As we all know that entrepreneurship is the key to economic growth, and from that I move to the next statement of the problem. Unemployment rate of youth was 40.5% between January to March 2020, which is the highest in the country according to the latest periodic force survey. For the post-COVID scenario, as we know that post-COVID scenario of our state is also adversely affected the economy, as there is a decline in NRI investment, as many of them lost their jobs permanently or temporarily. In such a circumstance, we need more creative thoughts and action on entrepreneurship. Moreover, the government of Kerala, our government is taking more initiatives in terms of many training as well as funding programs through its various institutions. They also took many measures for the growth and development of entrepreneurs during COVID-19 also. And the significance of my study is, as we all know that recently Kerala has been named top in Asia in the affordable talent in global startup ecosystem report, GSER 2022, offering a boost to the state startup ecosystem. Government support to transform Kerala into a knowledge hub with a focus on employment and enterprise formation is a relevant area to be discussed. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, the share of new entrepreneurs who were initially unemployed reached the highest level, that is 30% recorded in the past 25 years. That is it. Thus, it is significant to identify what are the schemes and programs provided by the government during the pandemic also. And these are the main objectives of my study: to examine the role of government schemes in fostering the entrepreneurship in Kerala, and to identify the support or measures taken by the government for entrepreneurs amidst COVID-19 pandemic. Then these are the major findings of my studies. Fund of 19.68 crores allocated under the scheme Innovation Grant recently. I have selected 406 ideas in which majority of the ideas for idea grant, that is 49.26 percentage, and for productization grant it is 32.202 percentage. Scale up grant it is 18.72 percentage. And startup launches are growing at 17 percentage CAGR since 2012. Of the 2,200 startup based in Kerala, 13% were registered in the first 3 quarters of 2019 alone, and almost 25% were registered in 2018, and which shows there is an increasing trend in the number of startups and thereby entrepreneurship development. So, out of 2,200 startups operating in the state, roughly 40% have gone through incubation in some or other form, and a considerable chunk of Kerala-based startup offer IT and consulting services. That is 28% of them provide IT and consulting services in Kerala, and followed by health tech and edutech 8% and 7% respectively. Government proposed a special package worth rupees 1,416 crore for MSMEs during COVID-19, and many assistance like additional interest rate concession, rental assistance, etc. are provided for business by global institution like ILO, International Labour Organization, in terms of SIYB programs, start and improve your business programs, as well as state government institutions like KSIDC, KINFRA, KSUM, etc. in Kerala, and have done the bibliometric analysis in the study. Have done two bibliometric analysis, co-citation analysis and bibliographic analysis. Co-citation analysis was based on cited references, and bibliographic analysis was based on country. Then these are the suggestions. I can only provide some general suggestions because my studies was based on secondary data, and the government should provide more training based programs for the prospective people, as they lack many business or entrepreneurial skills. For the benefit of young entrepreneurs, it is crucial. Okay, thank you.
What is your title?
Role of government schemes in fostering entrepreneurship in Kerala.
Role of government schemes in fostering entrepreneurship in Kerala. How many schemes the government launched for
There are
fostering
many
entrepreneurship?
schemes government introduced in this area, but have selected only two schemes.
Okay, so what was your major objective?
To examine the role of government schemes in fostering the entrepreneurship in Kerala, and identify some support or measures taken by the government during COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, how did you collect the data?
Sir, it's a purely secondary database. Have review the literature, and through the website of government institutions like
Okay. So you have some literature available on this topic, and then you collect the secondary data. Secondary data relating to which variable?
Sir, sorry, sir.
Secondary data is relating to which element?
So government schemes and government support on entrepreneurship, and other one was COVID-19 pandemic support.
Okay, but one of your this is your first finding. A fund of 19.68 crores allocated under the scheme Innovation Grant recently, and have selected 406 ideas, in which the majority of the ideas was for a idea grant 49.26 percentage, productization grants 32.02 percentage, scale up grants 18.72 percentage. So all these figures are I think you taken from secondary data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Lakshmi.
sir.
Please invite the next participant.
Okay. Next online participant
Okay.
it is Preeti Elapara, Anuj Vohra, and Dr. Devi Vohra. Are you online?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. You will be
Yes.
presenting the slides, ma'am.
Yeah. I will be presenting on behalf of my team.
Okay. Ma'am, total time allotted is 5 minutes. I will be giving a warning by 4 minutes, by the end of 4 minutes, and you can start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Myself, Preeti Labra. I'm a research scholar from Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. And the title of my paper is Towards Entrepreneurial Competency of Rural Women, Does SHG Information Matter? Significance of the study. Entrepreneurial competence is a widely researched in context with theoretical underpinning in entrepreneurial theory. Entrenched in external literature also shows how the entrepreneurial competence can be enhanced through interventions. And the role of women-led enterprises find most expression in self-help group is socioeconomic construct that seeks to provide empowerment to women. So a complete competency analysis of each member is essential as they have equal chances of leading the group. This in terms contributes to the success or the failure of the SHG unit. Hence, it becomes essential to evaluate the entrepreneurial competencies of the SHG members. Well, as for the study, we have taken two objectives. Number one, to analyze various interventions undertaken by NRLM, National Rural Livelihood Mission, for enhancing entrepreneurial competence of rural women in the respective block or Lower Dibang Valley district, Arunachal Pradesh, India.
Ma'am, 1 minute. Excuse me.
Yes.
Your slides
ma'am.
are not moving, and put it in the slideshow.
Okay. Like this? Hello?
Put it in the slideshow. Ma'am, you can use the shortcut key F5. Press F5 key.
F5. I think. Is it visible now, ma'am?
It's visible actually, but we are not able to see it in the full swing.
Okay. So should I present this way?
Okay. You can continue, but you have to move the slides accordingly.
Okay. So I was saying for the objective we have taken two. The first objective is to analyze various interventions undertaken by NRLM for enhancing entrepreneurial competence of rural women in the respective blocks of Lower Dibang Valley district and Arunachal Pradesh. NRLM has been working in the state Arunachal Pradesh since 2016, and Lower Dibang Valley is one of the most first blocks where interventions started, and the rowing is one of the resource block for NRLM in the district. And the second objective is to examine the entrepreneurial competencies of the SHG members after the interventions of the government. As far as hypothesis concerned, we have taken one hypothesis, this is null hypothesis. There are no changes in the entrepreneurial competencies of the SHG members as compared to pre-intervention and post-interventions. Analysis and findings. The first step, study utilizes Kornberg Alpha to check the reliability of the scale. Since we have taken 6-point Likert scale per schedule, as you can see from the table 1.1, the reliability outcome of the scale has a Kornberg Alpha value of 0.889 for 34 items, and the reliability test is assessed with a coefficient ranging from 0 to 1. When the value of alpha comes closer to 1 indicates a high reliability of the instruments. Hence, the calculated value of 0.889 is satisfactory for the study. Secondly, for testing the normality of data for all the considered 34 items, that comprises of 17 pre-intervention and 17 post-interventions, we have used Kolmogorov test. The result shows that the sampling is not normal for the considered 34 items, and accordingly, the study utilizes non-parametric tests wherever required. In the third step, the pre-intervention and post-intervention mean values have been calculated for all the 17 items. Values of all the 17 items have increased in absolute terms after the training session. Skill sets related to learning, decisiveness, and future planning have improved after the training. Further, to check whether the improvement after the training is statistically significant or not, we have used Wilcoxon sign rank test. And finally, the effect size of the Wilcoxon sign rank test has been computed for the 14 dimensions, where we found the mean values have improved significantly. The result shows that the effect size lies between 0.1242 to 0.2613. And as you can see in this table 1.2, this is the Wilcoxon sign rank test statistics for learning, decisiveness, and future planning. Key finding and suggestion. This study confirms two things. The first is interventions do make a difference, and second, these interventions positively change the overall competence level of the SAG members. And these also call for more emphasis.
Last 1 minute.
Stress on the future planning construct. Since we have taken only 3 constructs, there are numerous constructs of entrepreneurial competency which can be explored. And the training agency, which is NRLM, may restructure the module to address these concerns to make the training under NRLM more effective. The training should also address the basic cognitive enhancement and overall capacity building of all the members. Lastly, this also shows the limitation of the study, since we have taken only 3 constructs, whereas entrepreneurial competencies was a concept providing ample scope for future research. With this, I'd like to thank you. Thank you.
Okay, what is your title?
So it's towards entrepreneurial competency role woman, does SAG intervention matters?
What is the methodology?
So we have taken primary data set.
How did you collect the primary data?
So I visited the SAG before intervention, before the training sessions, during their weekly meeting, and after intervention, when the training has been conducted, I visited them again during their weekly meetings.
And what was your sample size?
So sample size was 200, sir.
So you collect data from 200 sample respondents?
Yes, sir. Before, after comprises like 400, sir. Pre-intervention, post-intervention, sir.
Is there any hypothesis you formulated?
Yes, sir. The hypothesis we take was that there are no changes in the entrepreneurial competencies of SAG member, pre-intervention and post-intervention. And we found that
pre and post. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
Which is appropriate statistical method you have applied to test your hypothesis?
So we have used Kolmogorov, sir.
Why you have applied the non-parametric test here?
So at first we used Kornberg alpha, and we no, sir, we have used Kolmogorov because Kolmogorov we have used, and we found that the data are non-normal for 34 items.
Okay, that particular statistical technique comes under non-parametric stream. So why you apply this non-parametric test? What is the logic behind the application of this non-parametric test?
So we found it suitable for our study, sir.
Why? Why it is suitable?
Well, we tried to use a Wilcoxon sign rank test, so we thought of using the Kolmogorov test. Normality of the data first, sir.
So have you checked the normality?
Yes, sir. We found it to be normal, not parametric test.
So normality is not ensured.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So Lakshmi, please invite the next participant.
Okay. Next is Pooja Shashi VS.
Good morning, all. Myself, Pooja Shashi VS, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Government College, Attingal. And my topic is about agripreneurship development in India, an overview. As we know, India is basically an agrarian nation where majority of the population depends on agriculture for their livelihood. But this over dependence sometimes create a negative impact on our economic development. More than half of the population depends on agriculture or spend their energy in agriculture. But unfortunately, the contribution of agriculture towards the GDP or to our economic development is comparatively low. So at this point, a new type of agripreneurship or an innovative agriculture farming is necessary. So agripreneurship is a strategic solution that widen the spectrum of agriculture, and it's a marriage between agriculture and entrepreneurship. In my study, there are two main objectives. First one is identify the opportunities of agripreneurship in India, and then evaluate the financial and non-financial assistance provided by government agency for the promotion of agripreneurship in India. So the research or the paper is basically based on secondary data, and from data is collected from annual report of SFAC, NABARD, KVK, and Manage. So this is the definition or meaning of agripreneurship. Agripreneurship is the entrepreneurial process taken up in agriculture or allied activity. And as I said, it's a fruitful marriage between agriculture and entrepreneurship. And from the literature review, it is evident that agripreneurship has the potential to enhance economic growth, providing widespread employment opportunity and guarantee food securities. So this is my first objective, opportunities of agripreneurship in India. Agripreneurship opportunities are hidden at different phases of farming process, like at input stage, farming stage, and finally post-harvest stage. In the input stage, development and production of seed or biopesticides, biofertilizers, and manufacturing of low-cost machine for small-scale farming are the opportunities open for entrepreneurs in agriculture. In the second stage, there is farming stage, developing of greenhouse concept or application of high-tech farming in dairy, poultry development, and herbal plantation. At the third stage, that is post-harvest stage, value addition, output processing, marketing, cold chain infrastructure, and use of logistic are the important opportunities. Next is the financial assistance provided by the four agencies. So these four agencies are the major supporters in India for promoting agripreneurship. First one is NABARD, then SFAC, Manage, and KVK. So this is the financial assistance provided by these four agencies during the last 3 financial year. So finance is not only enough for a farmer or agripreneur. They need proper training or extension activities. So these are the training and extension activity provided by the four agencies during the last 3 years. So these are the findings of my study. First is numerous agripreneurship opportunities are hidden at different stages, as I said, at input stage, farming stage, and post-harvest stage. And when it comes to the government support, first, the amount of monetary assistance provided by NABARD is comparatively low and unstable. And SFAC provide not sufficient, a stable amount at each year. Then Manage and KVK provide more or give more priority to training and external activities. So agripreneurship is a strategic solution to solve low level of national income and per capita income, and it's an answer or solution to the massive unemployment in India. And agripreneurship can convert the typical farming into a business and help the farmers to expand their profit. So government should initiate more activities or more schemes to support the agripreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. What is your title?
Sir,
What's your title?
sir, title is Entrepreneurship Development in India, an overview.
In India, an overview.
Yes.
What type of data you have collected and analyzed?
Sir, literature review are used for the first objective, and the
Hmm.
annual report of SFAC, NABARD, KVK, and Manage are used for the second objective.
Okay, based on the second data available and you collected, what is the major findings?
Sir, the financial assistance provided by the SFAC provide a constant and adequate financial support to the agripreneurs among the 4 agencies. NABARD spend more money for agriculture, general agriculture, and there is no specific scheme for agripreneurs under NABARD.
Okay, so the NABARD gives more fund to the agripreneurs. Am I correct?
Sir, NABARD provide a lot of money for the development of agriculture sector. It's not particularly for agripreneurs. So SFAC give more priority to agripreneurs and agripreneurship.
What is the average rate of funding by the NABARD?
NABARD?
Average rate of funding.
Sir, I don't take the average.
Okay.
Thank you,
So
sir.
Lakshmi, please invite the next participant.
Okay, sir. Next presentation by Suresh TS.
Okay, I hope that I'm audible and my PPT is visible for you. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have 5 minutes. I will give you warning by the end of 4th minute.
Okay, fine, thank you. So, respected Chair Harumar sir, the organizers, faculty members, and co-participants, a warm good afternoon to one and all. So, my topic of presentation is entrepreneurship education and training, the current developments, future directions in India. So, basically, as we all know that entrepreneurship is one of the most researched area. The entrepreneurship has emerged as a primary driver for the economic growth of a nation, and it is not only important because of its job creation and economic development, but also contributed significantly satisfying to the need achievement of the individuals. So if you look at the case of India, India is a country with more than 1.2 billion population, and the reasons, the final census of India has proven that out of the total population, 31% are between the age of 18 to 35, and many of these young people are in search for the job. Here arises the need for entrepreneurship education and training. As we all know that the entrepreneurship education and training, or the initial entrepreneurship training, has been coined in 1947 by the first class offered in the Harvard University, and after that the ET has been developed or expanded in the worldwide. But still these programs has been developed. The entrepreneurship education training has been defined as it includes a heterogeneous array of interventions, including the formal academic education programs and standalone training programs that aims to stimulate the entrepreneurship and support students in entrepreneurial activity. That basically means that the integration of entrepreneurship education and training to the course curriculums or the higher education institutions. But in India, if you look at the case of India, the integration of entrepreneurship education and training to the course curriculum is yet to be more developed rather compared to other nations or other countries. Even if after the implementation of many entrepreneurship support schemes, for example, in case of in 2010 to 2020, it has been defined by the government of India as the decade of innovation. There are so many programs such as the Skill Development University, as well as the Adult Innovation Mission, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the establishment of Indian Institute Council, IIC, etc. There have been so much programs on the part of the government, but the implementation, when the implementation side, the entrepreneurship education trainings, the EETs, are yet to be integrated to the course curriculum. So my study basically a literature review, focus on literature review and focus on secondary published sources. I have adopted 3 objectives basically to study the importance of entrepreneurship education and training for budding entrepreneurs to study the current status and evaluate the challenges faced by entrepreneurship education in India, and to suggest measures for the development of entrepreneurship education and training in India. On the basis of the literature review on secondary data, a conceptual model has been developed for the study. That basically means that entrepreneurship education training, which can be called as a combination of entrepreneurship education, entrepreneurship awareness, entrepreneurship motivation, and entrepreneurship training. These, with the support of governmental support, the incubation support, and financial assistance, can lead to the entrepreneurship development. So, through the evaluation, it was identified that in case of India, the entrepreneurship education is still lacks a standard framework. So, and it is not fully functional in India. After analyzing the literatures, the following conclusions and recommendations has been identified or suggested that India needs to go with an entrepreneurial-based education and training system in the higher education institutions and the universities. The long-term impact of the entrepreneurship education and training certainly gives fruitful results by way of the sustainable economic growth, reducing poverty, and certain creation of employment opportunities. The designation of entrepreneurship education training courses has to be done so that the universities such as entrepreneurship cells, the faculty library, and online resources can be effectively used to give students a holistic learning experience. Entrepreneurs can also be tapped to enrich the ET curriculum. That means entrepreneurs can be included as a faculties for enriching the ET curriculum. Then it is also the responsibility of the government to create a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country, improvise our education systems, and offer financial gifts to prospective students, entrepreneurs for business development. And the institutional support should also be extended to the faculty members to explore the entrepreneurial potential, which will benefit to pass on to the rest. So, an integrated effort by the government as well as the education system and the higher education institution for integrating the entrepreneurship education training to the curriculum will help to improve the entrepreneurial conditions or to reduce the employment problems in India. So that is my recommendations and conclusions, and this includes the various articles that has been used for the literature review. Thank you.
Okay, so what is your first objective?
Basically, it is a descriptive study, and the objectives are to study the importance of entrepreneurship education and training for budding the entrepreneurs.
Second objective?
To study the current status and evaluate the challenges faced by entrepreneurship education and training in India.
What are the challenges faced by the entrepreneurship in India?
Sir, actually, even if it is an established concept, in India, there is no standard framework for the entrepreneurship education and training. Even if there are many programs and schemes has been implemented, it is yet to be to make a proper sync between the curriculum. That means the curriculum in the higher education sector as well as the entrepreneurship education and training.
So I think this is a negative finding.
Sir, actually, it's not a negative finding. Actually, there are more to do with the entrepreneurship education training and the curriculum.
So, what is your positive suggestion?
So, possibly there are more ways to improve. Actually, that means that there are a lot of things to be included in the curriculums to generate more entrepreneurs from the campuses or the higher education institutions.
So, what is the remedial measures for improving such situation?
So the curriculum should be a little more practical. That means that even if we are following some cost-based or the choice-based credit systems syllabus like that, we have to include more practical aspects of entrepreneurship or separate practical entrepreneurship curriculums has to be implemented so that the students can choose or the students can have more practical applications or the students should have a proper practical platform for their development.
Okay, thank you. Lakshmi, please invite the next participant.
Next presentation by Mohammad Kabiri, co-authored by Dr. Abdul Nasser.
Very good morning. Myself, Mohammad Kabir, research scholar at MES Mambad College. I'm here to present paper on academic entrepreneurship, a bibliometric overview. The term academic entrepreneurship and academic entrepreneurship are defined and developed further in a very different way from the traditional perspective. Academic entrepreneurship means university spin-off and institutional transfer of research, development, and technology to start the innovation or ventures. According to Beckman and Cherwich, academic entrepreneurship can be defined as the intellectual entrepreneurship in the universities cooperate with the local communities to create new values and ideas. Academic entrepreneurs are the faculty at the academic institution that seeks to incorporate aspects of commercial engagement into their research work with the ultimate goal of accelerating the actual implementation of their research in order to advance the health of the general population. In this study, our work belongs to the review publications related to the academic entrepreneurship on the basis of the bibliometric indicators from the data 1972 to 2022. The contribution of this paper lays on the following aspect. What is the value and document citation by time of academic entrepreneurship research from 1972 to 2022? Which are the countries that contributed the most to the knowledge base of academic entrepreneurship? What are the top journals that have been published in most cited? And the other objectives are the methodology used. The bibliometric can be used in include two major aspects. One is performance analysis and another one is scientific mapping. We use a number of software for this purpose. Here we do this paper by using the WOS viewer software. This software combines visualization technique clustering, which enables the completion of different analysis, bibliometric coupling, co-citation, and co-occurrence of keywords, etc. Once the defined scopus as a database, it is considered the academic entrepreneurship as the only keyword to obtain the bibliometric record of academic entrepreneurship. When we analyzing the papers that published in the field of academic entrepreneurship is the trend is increasing. Starting from the 2008, there is a tremendous increase in the papers that contribute to the knowledge base of the academic entrepreneurship. And the study areas is mainly depicted in this graph. The most cited contribution documents in the academic entrepreneurship is Academic Engagement and Commercialization, a review of the literature on the university industry relationship, which is cited by the 1216 times, and other documents have shown in the slide. Due to the time constraints, I am moving to the next. The list of top journals that which is highly cited in the field of academic entrepreneurship are Journal of Technology Transfer, Research Policy, etc. Journal of Technology Transfer contributed 74 academic documents which have the citation of 3172. When the case of the Research Policy Journal, 43 documents have been published in the academic entrepreneurship field, which have the citation of 7903, and other journals are listed below. The most cited institution in the academic entrepreneurship is University of Ghent, Belgium, and other institutions are also listed out. The most cited authors in the field of academic entrepreneurship is which have contributed 15 documents and have got citation of 2329, and other authors are also listed. When we analyzing science mapping analysis, the academic entrepreneurship is the most used keyword in the field of the paper that contributed or published in the field of academic entrepreneurship. The most used keyword is academic entrepreneurship, and the other next one is technology transfer. This is also listed out. The size of the circle which is represent the keyword are the larger according to the relevance of this. In addition to the color of circle, they indicate the cluster of the concept. In this map, the distance of the keywords denoted how much of the concepts were related to each other and the main concept. So the countries that contribute to the knowledge base of the academic entrepreneurship is also listed. When we come to the conclusion, the bibliometric studies provide the comprehensive picture of the specific research field that enables the researcher to focus on the unique area of add new result and knowledge to the literature. In this paper, we'll also inform about the most researcher domains.
Time is over.
Domains under the academic entrepreneurship, hence they enable the researchers to identify the research gaps to be filled by the further studies in the future.
Okay, okay. So
Thank you.
how many reviews you have made on this topic?
We taken 754 article published in the field of academic entrepreneurship in the database of the Scopus database.
Then what is your research gap?
Research?
Yeah.
Here the paper reveals that most of the documents that have been published and the countries that their contribution also just listed out and presented in an overview manner.
Okay, so based on the reviews made by you in this particular topic, my question is, what is the research gap?
Sir, it's only an overview of the documents that related to the entrepreneurship field, which give when we analyzing the documents and we have to find out and we have to review that document specifically and want to find out the gap for the further studies, which area we want to more study. That's why we done this.
Okay, okay. Lakshmi,
Hello.
Thank you,
please
sir.
invite
One
next
question
participant.
from the audience.
Hello.
What about India? You have explained that a lot of study has come from United States, Italy, and other countries, especially Italy. But what about India? And is there a gap? That is what I think. That is what sir was asking.
Yeah,
what is the
most
situation
from
of India? Please explain. Thank you.
From the list of the most countries that contributed the most knowledge base of the academic entrepreneurship, the India has not rank in this that list. India have less contribution in the field of academic entrepreneurship, so we have to do more research and works in the field of India. Yes, that's a research area. So anybody can do and work out on that area. Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, shall we move to the next one, sir?
Yes, Lakshmi.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
So next presentation by Bobby Simon. Are you online?
Good morning. Let me share my PowerPoint.
Okay, okay. So you have 5 minutes. At the end of the 4th minute, I will give you a warning.
Okay. Can you help me? Could you please share my presentation from there?
Okay, okay, sir. We
If
are.
possible. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected Chairman, Harimar sir, teachers and dear delegates. My title is Home-Based Business, a Business Model Innovation Adoption During COVID-19. Yesterday, our resource person, Professor Matthew J. Manimala sir, has said, an entrepreneur is one who finds opportunity in a difficult situation or in a crisis situation through his innovative potential. COVID-19 is a crisis for many, but it was converted as an opportunity by innovative people to survive and also to make profit. Yesterday, in another technical session, we also learned that different strategies were adopted by entrepreneurs to overcome this crisis period. And one such model suggested by Dr. Purnima was adopting a new business model. My study is also focusing on that area. One of the strategies followed by many during this COVID is depending a home-based business. Coming to my topic, the topic is focused on a home-based business, a business model adoption. It has its own significance. It created a lot of employment during this lockdown period, and it was adopted as a survival strategy to keep financially safe. And women were took a lot of initiative to become homepreneurs, and home became the primary place of their business and the management of organization. Then adoption of e-commerce and other social media strategies were helped them. When I look at the literature on home-based business, a lot of studies are there in India as well as abroad that explore the issues, motives, advantages, or challenges faced, or the legitimacy of home-based units, and the contribution of home-based units towards economic development, etc. When we look at the literature on business model innovation, coming to the next slide, business model innovation, we can see that companies are adopting different business models as a strategy of change management, or even to acquire competitive advantage, or to ensure sustainability. So these two types of studies are there, but there are no studies I could find depending on, especially focusing adoption of home-based business as a model in order to survive this COVID pandemic situation. So I have created 3 research questions based on my objectives. They are: what are the main motives behind home-based business entrepreneurs to choose this as a strategy? Second research question is: what are the challenges faced by these home-based business units to run this business, and what are the how they performed during the COVID? These are the 3 research questions in my mind. And the methodology in the next slide, we can see the methodology adopted for this study. And the next slide, it is a descriptive study, and I collected data from 60 home-based business owners in Kerala, and it was through snowball sampling, because the study was conducted during the COVID lockdown period, and I could identify the respondents only by the reference given by already those units they have started home-based units, and descriptive statistics are also used. Coming to the findings, 30% of the units were owned by unmarried women below the 30 years of age, and majority of them were graduates. 45% of units did not employ anyone other than their family members. 45% of the units employ just 1 to 5 employees, and 71% of the units were located in rural areas of Kerala. Coming to the next slide, when I answer the first question, first objective, financial independence was the major reason behind starting this home-based business.
Sir, last 1 minute.
Thank you. Then family support, passion, desire for additional income, work flexibility, free time activity, etc. were also mentioned by some of the other units. Regarding the second research question, what are the challenges faced by them? Financial issues were the major challenge faced by all the units. Resource shortage was mentioned by that got the second rank, and business location was another issue. Transportation was another issue. There are several other issues, but these are the top ranked issues. Coming to the next slide, the answer to the third research question in the last slide, what was the performance? The profitability was the they could become profitable. They were very profitable. And then their COVID has affected their profitability definitely. Raw material availability was affected, and marketing activities were affected. Employment generation also was affected. Then regarding the satisfaction level, I could also ask such a question. Most of the units, 43% were satisfied or highly satisfied. That was in the food processing sector. And in handicrafts, textiles, garments was the second sector, which
Sir, time is over.
Thank you. That was the findings. Then coming to the conclusions or suggestions. Most of the units were occupied or managed by women, and government could not, actually most of them were not registered units. So their legitimacy was an issue. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Bobby, I think you are working in St. Thomas College, Palai?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, okay. So I think you have applied the snowball sampling.
Yes.
I'm very interested to see how you apply this particular method of sampling, snowball sampling. What's the relevance of this method in your paper?
Yes, I contacted the first home-based units from the references given by my students. Then they got another reference for me. When I got a food processing unit, I asked them whether any other person who is running a business from their own home. So that was the method I adopted.
Okay, this is very good. So, Lakshmi, please invite the next participant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. So next presentation by Shafina Ali.
Respected teachers and my dear friends, good afternoon to all of you. I am Shafina Ali, Research Scholar, SD College, Alapura. Here I am present my paper, Do Green Behavior, Improve Corporate Value and Empirical Study in India. First of all, moving on the green behavior and business. Everyone know about the global warming. The increased amount of industrialization accelerated the level of global warming. Reduce their emission and conduct the carbon reduction measures. So nowadays, most of the business conduct the carbon reduction measures, carbon performance like that. But some of them are reluctant to this because of they are aware about the additional environmental cost and risk. But most of them are conduct their carbon performance, and some of the institutions like carbon disclosure project, these institutions are helpful to this business to conduct carbon mitigation projects and communicate this information to interested parties like shareholders, investors, like that. So the study but every business mainly concentrate every actions to the for my value maximization. So the study concentrated on the carbon performance management and their value impact. Next, moving on the review part, the previous studies, when I reviewed the previous studies, they have a mixed result. Several based on the voluntary disclosure, environmental performance, and financial performance, they shows a mixed result. Several identify a positive relation, but some of them are negative relation. On the contrary, to several studies find out there is a no relation between the voluntary disclosure, environmental performance, and financial performance. So based on this context, I just studied the relation between voluntary disclosure and environmental performance and the financial performance in the Indian context, because India is the fourth largest carbon emitter in the world, but comparing to other developed countries, India have low carbon approach. So in this Indian context, I study the impact of voluntary disclosure and voluntary disclosure and environment performance of corporate value. Next, moving on the objectives of the study. To study the impact of carbon management on corporate value of voluntary disclosing firms. Next, to analyze the relation between carbon performance and carbon disclosure. Then finally, to examine the moderating role of environmental sensitivity through industry-wise analysis in the case of carbon efficiency and their value impact. Next, moving on the research design based on the shareholders theory, signaling theory, and legitimacy theory. This is the conceptual model I developed. Then I used the secondary data sources from the CDP annual report of the companies, and BSE 200 database, and collected 32 voluntary disclosing Indian company data of 32 voluntary disclosing Indian companies in the period of 2013 to 2019, and based on the unit root analysis, I conducted a balanced panel data model and used two types of panel. One is the environmentally sensitive firm. Second panel, environmentally non-sensitive firms. That means highly polluted and compared to lower polluted firms. Next, moving on the variables. These are the main variables used in the present study. First one, the carbon performance and carbon disclosure and corporate value. These are the control variables: leverage, EPS, growth, and age. Next, moving on the correlation metrics. This shows that these are only low relation between the variables. Next, moving on the regression, OLS regression analysis. First one, the impact of CP into the corporate value shows that only in the case of highly sensitive, only significant correlation in the case of highly sensitive firms only. Next, moving on the impact of carbon performance and carbon disclosure. Find out that there is no relationship between the carbon performance and carbon disclosure. Last one, there is the short that carbon disclosure and corporate value only in the case of highly sensitive firms only. Next, moving on the conclusion, the study shows that the firms does not make any significant impact because there is no these independent. There is a significant positive relation between corporate value and the carbon performance in the
Time
highly
is over.
sensitive firms. That means the stakeholders and shareholders are concentrated on this environment performance. That's all.
Okay, madam. Your study is based on secondary data?
Yes, sir.
Time series?
Sorry, sir.
Time series or panel data?
Yeah, secondary data.
Second data, whether such secondary data is panel data or time series?
Panel data, sir.
Okay. So you have applied
OLS regression analysis.
OLS regression. Before that,
Unit root
did you verify the stationarity?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Then what is your conclusion?
The data is fit for the OLS regression.
Why? How?
Based on the ADF and I think PPF test.
Unit root test.
Yeah.
Then your data is stationary.
Yeah.
Then you apply OLS.
Yeah.
What is your interpretation based on the beta coefficient? In OLS output you have beta coefficient. So based on the beta coefficient, what is your interpretation?
Only in the case of first model.
Yes.
Only in the case of the only significant relation in the case of panel.
That means if you have OLS output, definitely based on the beta coefficient, you can interpret the results.
Yeah.
So
That's
what?
first model result on first model. Only in the case of panel one satisfy the significant relation between carbon performance and corporate value. But the adjusted R square when very less.
What's the significance level here?
Only in the case of panel A.
Okay. Okay. So Lakshmi, invite
Thank
the
you,
next
sir.
delegate.
Okay, sir. So next presentation by Amradambika P. co-authored by Dr. Vinod C.
കേട്ടോടി ഈ എവിടെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Amridambika, research scholar from SD College, Alappuzha. My topic is Women Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies and Exploratory Study. As we all know, needless to say that women entrepreneurship is an area which has been gaining momentum these days. Moving on to introduction, in the present era, women entrepreneurship has become a centerpiece that raised the attention of developed as well as developing nations. Despite the global increase in the number of women entrepreneurs and their high potential to boost economic success, they still remain as an unexplored and undervalued source. This study is inspired. Then, what inspired me to do the study is to find out the factors that positively or negatively influence the motive, the entrepreneurial motive of women in emerging economies. The studies conducted across different parts of the world in different contexts have been identified and studied to understand the various factors that motivate or obstruct women entrepreneurship. And significance of the study, as the resource person for yesterday, she was rightly pointing out that women entrepreneurship is gaining importance in emerging economies as well. Then this is the methodology adopted by me to select the papers for review. The initial search in Web of Science database yielded 77 papers, and those 77 papers were narrowed down to 22 based on the most globally cited resources and the most relevant sources using the software R. And my study is a combination of SLR and bibliometric analysis. Then moving on to objectives, to identify the factors that motivate women entrepreneurship in emerging economies, then to identify the factors that obstruct women entrepreneurship in emerging economies. Then the key findings are the motivating factors identified are strong desire for independence, social status and self-esteem, interest in taking up challenges, opportunity for developing experience and skills, greater thirst for knowledge, moral support from parents, confidence in idea generation, management and organizational skills, capability for idea generation and innovation. And the obstructing factors are gender discrimination, weak business networking, family embeddedness, normative constraints, dealing with government bureaucracy and paperwork, lack of confidence, difficulty in access to finance, age, family responsibilities, and lack of family and spousal support. Then the policy implications are the policymakers should take note that tailor-made training and development programs shall be designed for women entrepreneurs for ensuring continuous improvement and building specific capabilities. Another notable suggestion is that simple and transparent regulatory requirements to establish a new business shall be entertained for expanding female entrepreneurship. Additionally, the stakeholder engagement practices would create sustainable competitive advantage in women enterprises. Then here is the outcome of the study, the scope for further research. The entrepreneurial motives differ from region to region within a country itself. So it would be better if we try to analyze the entrepreneurial motive concentrating a specific region. Then most of the studies conclude, they say that government should do this and that, but none of the studies attempted to identify whether these benefits from government are reaching the needy or not. Then how far the issue of balancing business activities with domestic responsibilities reflected the profitability of women-led ventures is a potential area to be researched. Thank you.
What is your major objective?
The major objectives are to find out the factors that motivate women entrepreneurship in emerging economies and
And
the
how many
fact
factors you identified? How many factors you identified?
the findings are the motivating factors are strong desire for independence, social status and self-esteem, then thirst for knowledge, support from parents, their management and organizational skills, capability of idea generation and innovation, opportunity for developing experience and skills. And the obstructing factors are gender discrimination, weak business networking, family embeddedness, the normative constraints, dealing with government bureaucracy and paperwork, lack of confidence, difficulty in access to finance, age, family responsibilities, and lack of family and spousal support.
Okay. Lakshmi, please.
Thank you, sir.
Urmila. Next presentation by Urmila Menon and Dr. Sindhu KP. You will be presenting the slides, right? You are not audible.
Yes, ma'am. I will be presenting it by myself.
You'll be given a warning by the end of the 4th minute.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, as the slides are visible.
No.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Not visible.
Ma'am, could you please show the slides?
Okay.
So shall I start?
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Urmila Menon, research scholar, St. Thomas College, Autonomous, Thrissur, with Dr. Sindhu KP, Assistant Professors, NSS College, Kapur. The title of the research paper is Caravan Tourism, a new business model in Kerala during COVID pandemic scenario. To start with, caravans are a unique tourism product which enables families to explore various tourism destinations where adequate accommodation facilities are not available. They are specially built vehicle with synchronized leisure, travel, and accommodation. It gained popularity in globe even before COVID pandemic situations. Though in 2009-10 annual report published by the Union Ministry of Tourism, the caravan tourism and its role as a niche product was first recognized in India. The caravan tourism initiative started only in early 2020 in the state of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh. Kerala government also promotes the caravan tourism. During October 2021, Kerala government announced a comprehensive stakeholder-friendly caravan tourism policy in the state. This will meet the demand and preference of tourists in the post-COVID situations. The main highlights of this caravan policy, comprehensive policy, are caravan and caravan parks. It enables the investors to park their funds in promising business ventures in the post-COVID period. The new caravan policy it promises a momentum in Kerala economy, especially on the tourism sector. Moving on to the next slide, that is the significance of the problem. All sectors of the economy hit badly by COVID pandemic, especially the tourism and allied sectors. Social distancing and restrictions on travel within and across the borders adversely affect tourism sectors across the world. Caravan tourism policy was one among the policies to revamp the tourism and allied sectors. Caravan Kerala is the innovative tourism product of Kerala government. This innovative product may boost the economic development of the state. The Tourism Minister of Kerala announced that the caravan tourism promotes public-private and public-private model of investment. So those having caravans or having lands in remote areas can invest in this project. The government of Kerala predicts a new hike in the tourism sector in the coming years due to this new caravan tourism project. The tourism minister said that Kerala will definitely become number one in the world tourism map. The new business models will be a milestone for the same. Based on the above information, it is felt necessary to undertake a study on the possibilities of caravan tourism in Kerala. Next one is the objective as well as the hypothesis of the study. The objective of the study is to know the investor awareness on caravan tourism. And the formulated hypothesis is there exists no significant difference among the awareness level of various types of investors. Moving on to the methodology part, the paper is descriptive in nature and uses both secondary and primary data. Secondary data from various newspapers, websites, YouTube channels have been collected. Primary data collected from various investors, mainly from existing tour operators, resorts and hotels, and new investors in Kerala. 120 investors from Wayanad, Idukki, and Pathanamthitta districts were considered for the study. Data collected through interview schedule, telephonic conversation, and mail. Statistical tools used for analysis is one-way ANOVA. To move on to the analysis part, while testing the homogeneity of variance of awareness level, the assumption of equal variance is accepted as the p-value is greater than 0.05. Hence, value of ANOVA is considered on the study. From the second table, it is clearly observed that p-value is 0.002, which is less than 0.05. Hence, it can be concluded that there exists a significant difference in the awareness level of investors belonging to different districts. The results of post hoc shows that there is a significant difference in the mean score of
Last 1 minute.
investors between categories new and existing, as the p-value is 0.009, and also there exists a significant difference in the mean score of investors between categories hotel and resorts and existing investors, as the p-value is 0.017. To conclude, the new initiatives of Kerala Tourism Department, it will gain momentum in near future, provided the investors get informed about the possibilities and opportunities in the caravan tourism project. According to the Tourism Minister of Kerala, caravan initiatives of KTDC and Government of Kerala will cover the entire Kerala and neighboring states in the near future. So, proper understanding of the project schemes, subsidies, etc. is essential.
Time is
Therefore,
over.
government shall I
Okay,
continue?
madam. Okay, madam. Okay, madam. So you have applied ANOVA.
Yes, sir.
Then you apply post hoc. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the need for the application of post hoc test?
To know which factor has contributed to that significant difference. Of in this case, which investors
Already
contributed
you have applied one way ANOVA. Then you apply post hoc. So what is the relevance of post hoc test after the application of ANOVA?
While using one-way ANOVA, it only mentioned that whether there exists any significant difference among the investors relating to awareness level. Which factor has contributed, we can measure the significant difference between factors with the help of post hoc. That
Okay.
means which factor has contributed
Okay,
to
madam.
that.
Okay. Lakshmi, please invite the next delegate.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Raki, are you online? Okay, moving to the next one. Blessy Babu, are you online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So next presentation by Blessy Babu and co-authored by Dr. Leena K. Chirian.
Good afternoon. Is my slide visible?
You can put it in the slides mode. It's visible.
Is it okay now?
No. Use F5. Are you trying to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is the slide visible?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Blessy Babu, research scholar, St. Thomas College, Korancheri, with my guide, Dr. Leena K. Chirian, assistant professor, St. Thomas College, Korancheri. The title of the study is Human Resource Management During COVID-19, a Kerala Fire Force Experience. Moving on to introduction and methodology. COVID-19 has affected the everyday life of people worldwide by putting even their lives at risk. The virus has brought new complications to people's life. Since the first case was reported in January 2020, India has been in danger of spreading. Measures like lockdown, quarantine, awareness programs, medical facilities, and other services were implemented. The study is descriptive and covers the state of Kerala. Published data sources include newspaper articles, online news portals, and previous studies. Research articles relating to employee management during crisis worldwide, the impact of COVID-19 in the world, India, and especially in Kerala, and the measures taken to reduce its spread were thoroughly analyzed as part of the study. Further practical information was obtained by conducting deep discussions with District Fire and Rescue Office employees Pathanamthitta. The office was visited 3 times and meetings were conducted with the station officer, 3 to 5 fire and rescue officers available at the station, and the officer in charge of the watchroom. The total number of officers interviewed is 16 out of the 38 officers working in the office. Statement of the problem. The central and state governments took measures based on the Epidemic Diseases Act 1897 and the National Disaster Management Act 2005. Kerala communicated effectively and shared the knowledge and awareness regarding COVID-19 and the sanitation practices to be followed. The Kerala government organized campaigns like Break the Chain and SMS to gain the public's trust. Employees of the emergency services sector were included as frontline officers. Firefighters were active participants in the state's battle against the virus. The study analyzes their activities as part of the COVID-19 task force and the measures taken to ensure their physical and mental health. Significance of the study. Cooperation between all sectors of society is essential for dealing with a pandemic like COVID-19. Coordination among government and non-government organizations and ordinary people is the key to success. The state government set up a COVID-19 task force, including healthcare professionals, employees from various departments, especially emergency service employees, and volunteering youth. The study analyzes the state of India, Kerala, and Kerala Fire Force employees who are the focus of the research during the pandemic, mainly during the lockdown. The study is relevant because it is crucial to formulate innovative practices to manage employees during the times of crisis. The techniques adopted can be documented for further references in times of crisis. Also, fire and rescue officers' well-being is essential for efficiently handling emergencies. The study covers these areas of importance. The main objectives of the study are to explore the practices that the Kerala Fire Force used to manage their employees during COVID-19, to investigate the well-being of fire and rescue officers during COVID-19, to analyze the impact of the coronavirus in India and Kerala, and to document the steps taken by the authorities to handle the crisis. Major findings of the study are Kerala's response to COVID-19 includes setting up a community kitchen that ensures uninterrupted food supply, setting up call centers throughout the state and nodal officers at sub-district level for coordination, regular review meetings, etc. Kerala government established a COVID-19 task force, which includes healthcare professionals and other workers, police officers, firefighters, ASHA workers, Kudumbashree volunteers, Karma Sena, which included volunteers from the community, and NCC and NSS members. Kerala has explored the strength of the fire force entirely during the pandemic. They join hands with the health department of the state. All the employees of the Kerala Fire Force were part of the COVID-19 task force. Firefighters were involved in disinfecting public places. They supplied essential medicines to different locations after segregating them at the stations. The activities were under the instructions of the Director General. Review meetings are conducted regularly through video conferencing. The firefighters were divided into groups to be on duty on different days so that the staff was available for emergencies even if one of the groups got quarantined. Firefighters regularly exposed to fire and other toxic materials were at high risk of respiratory issues associated with COVID-19. Instead of being concerned about the risk, firefighters throughout the state involved themselves in the fight against the virus as a COVID-19 task force appointed by the state government. Conclusion, the Kerala government tried to reduce the impact of the coronavirus in all ways possible, coordinated all governmental and non-governmental organizations and the general public to act up to the situation and actively participate in the fight against the virus. The Kerala Fire Force, being part of the task force, contributed their time, effort, and help to control the spread of the virus in the
Time
state.
is over.
Okay. Firefighters trained to handle disasters were of utmost help in the COVID-19
Okay,
campaign.
madam. Okay, madam. Tell me the first objective.
First objective is to explore the practices that the Kerala Fire Force used to manage their employees during COVID-19.
Second one?
To investigate the well-being of fire and rescue officers during COVID-19.
Third one, to analyze the impact of
coronavirus in India and Kerala.
You try to analyze the impact of coronavirus.
Yes, sir.
In which sector? In which sector?
The main focus was the performance of Fire Force. So the impact was analyzed only generally.
How did you measure the impact?
Secondary data was collected from previous studies, and also discussions were conducted with Kerala Fire Force employees.
So only a guess on the impact of coronavirus you have made? Only a guess?
Yes, only from secondary data.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So Lakshmi, how many participants remain?
Sir, four offline participants remaining.
Only 4 offline participants.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So next presentation by Arya Thompson and Sumi J.
Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Harikumar sir. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Harikumar sir, myself Sumi J, research scholar, SD College, Alappuzha, with the guidance of Dr. Ithalada D. Kota, Principal of St. Joseph Women's College, Alappuzha.
Good afternoon, all. I am Arya Thompson, Research Scholar, SD College. We carried out a study titled The Effect of Internal Green Marketing Orientation on Competitive Advantage in Retail Textile Companies. The buzzword across the globe is green. The terminologies like go green, green products, sustainability practices are gaining much importance than ever. All these underscore the major fact that more consumers are begun to experience a genuine concern for the environmental protection. There is a saying that marketing is not an art of finding clever ways to dispose what you make. Instead, it is an art of creating consumer value. So the consumer value can be created by the companies taking all the efforts to turn the concern into concrete actions. So these concerns can be converted into concrete actions by adopting some sustainable practices like a holistic green marketing approach. So holistic green marketing approach means an integrative framework that offers a whole organizational approach to green marketing concepts, and it includes strategic green marketing orientation, tactical green marketing orientation, and internal green marketing orientation. This study particularly focused on internal green marketing orientation. So internal green marketing orientation means activities undertaken by the companies to enhance the environmental consciousness within the organization. So we know that the green marketing practices can provide certain advantages to the companies like more profit, low costs, and competitive advantage through differentiation. But many companies still believe that their competitiveness will be eroded if they become more environment friendly. So we try to study whether the internal green marketing orientation have an effect on the competitive advantage of the firms. So we particularly focus on retail textile companies. The reason is that clothing and textile industry is the third large industrial polluter of the world. Overproduction and excessive consumption have serious environmental impact. So why internal green marketing orientation and competitive advantage? Green is the new black. We can find greenwashing claims everywhere. The companies are using deceptive and untrusted languages to advertise their sustainable practices. So why these companies are using greenwashing practices instead of having transformative green practices or holistic green marketing approach? The study carried out by Prahlad and Ragsami quoted that there is a reluctance to pursue green marketing orientation by the companies because they believe that it will affect their competitive advantage. So this study tried to find out whether the internal green marketing orientation have an effect on the competitive advantage of the firms.
Coming to the objectives, the present study focuses on to assess the level of internal green marketing orientation in retail textile companies, and our main objective is to analyze the effect of internal green marketing orientation on competitive advantage of retail textile companies. And coming to our methodology, the present study is descriptive and analytical in nature based on a primary data collected through a website. We approached the officials to taking the list, but they intimated that it may take too much time. So we used citywebindia.com website, and they provided the sampling frame with a total number of 117 retail textile companies of Kerala. From that, we randomly choose 90 companies, and we mailed it. We mailed the questionnaire to the companies. 72 valid questionnaires were received back, and with the overall response rate of 80%. And we, in the present study, we have three constructs: internal green marketing orientation, competitive advantage, level of adoption, internal green marketing orientation. The scale we have choose is adopted from the previous studies. And the first one, internal green marketing orientation, is a 7 scale item. Competitive advantage is a 6 scale item. And the level of adoption of internal green marketing orientation have 5 scale.
So the result shows that the Cronbach's alpha coefficient of the construct have a value greater than 0.7, which indicate a higher reliability for the measurement scale adopted. Then the mean score analysis was carried out to find out the level of adoption of internal green marketing orientation in retail textile companies, and the result shows that the mean score is 79.9%, which is a value greater than 75%. So which means it is highly agreed upon area, that is retail textile companies have an internal they are highly practicing internal green marketing orientation, and simple linear regression was carried out to test the hypothesis, that is to know the effect of internal green marketing orientation on the competitive advantage of the firm. And the beta coefficient shows a value of 1.2, which means that it has a positive effect on internal green marketing orientation have a positive effect on the competitive advantage of the firms. The conclusion is that by making more investment in the internal green marketing oriented activities, companies can increase their competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, please show the output of the regression. Output of the regression. Coefficient matrix.
So it is not included in, sir. Only the result part is included.
And in the result, there is R square.
R
What's the
square.
value of
R square value is 0.9. 29% of the variation in competitive advantage can be explained by the internal green marketing orientation.
What's the beta coefficient?
1.2.
So that's a positive or negative?
Positive effect of internal green marketing orientation on competitive advantage of the firms.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. Rashmi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next presentation by Amala A, co-authored by Dr. B. Gobaguma.
Good afternoon, my dear teachers and friends. I am Amala, a research scholar of this college. My topic is relating to effects of COVID-19 on micro, small and medium women enterprises. The COVID-19 pandemic seriously affected on women entrepreneurs, women self-help group members, and home-based women workers, which include 50% of all working women in India. The key factors which make MSMEs, particularly in the case of women enterprises, are highly exposed to the impact of COVID-19 because they are labor intensive, lack of liquidity resources, and they have no monetary alternatives. The another fact is that MSMEs cannot manufacture and cannot sell their own product, but they are responsible to pay rent, salaries, taxes, and the payment of their suppliers. Statement of the problem. Compared to the other sectors in the personal and non-personal services, operators of MSME enterprises such as tailors, dressmakers, petty shopkeepers, and beauty parlor owners highly affected by COVID-19. During COVID-19 pandemic, government provides some relief packages for entrepreneurs. 50% of men were known about the packages offered, but only 24% of women were known about the package offered by the government. Likewise, many support services for entrepreneurs have converted to online. Only digitally literate women entrepreneurs were able to access their facility. The pandemic crisis has critically affected the operations of MSME, particularly in the case of women entrepreneurs. So, the study is related to effects of COVID-19 on MSME women entrepreneurs. Objective of the study. The objective is to study the effect of COVID-19 on MSME women enterprises in Kerala. The conceptual framework include decrease of purchasing power, difficulty in acquiring raw materials, lack of technical knowledge about virtual market, adoption of virtual market, reducing business revenue, demand shocks. Methodology. The present study is an attempt to study the effects of COVID-19 on MSME women enterprises in Kerala, especially from Pathanamthitta. Both primary and secondary data were used for the study. Primary data is collected from women entrepreneurs who registered in the DIC centers of Pathanamthitta. A questionnaire is used to collect the data from respondents. Both direct and indirect method was used for the data collection. Along with primary data, secondary data is also collected from different articles, journals, published and unpublished reports and websites. The collected data have been analyzed through simple statistical tools such as percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Population. The target population under the study consists of all micro, small, and medium enterprises registered under DSC between 2010 and 2020 from Pathanamthitta. In Pathanamthitta, 1,312 MSME women entrepreneurs registered between 2010 and 2020. Sampling design and procedures. Stratified sampling techniques was used to select a sample of 50 respondents who represented the target population. Proportionate sampling technique is used that divide the total population into two or more group called strata. In this case, every individual within the target population had an equal chance of being selected. The sample size of each stratum was arrived by dividing the population and multiplying the answer with the total sample. This is a sample size. The total sample is 50. Then analysis and findings. For studying the effect of COVID-19 on MSME women enterprises, supporting variables are decrease of purchasing power, difficulty in acquiring raw materials, demand shock, reducing business revenue, adoption of virtual market, and lack of technical knowledge, etc. used. Among these variables, difficulty in acquiring raw materials is the most important effect of COVID-19 on MSME women enterprises because of mean value 4.22 and standard deviation 0.648. Then, conclusion. COVID-19 pandemic crisis were critically affected the operations of MSMEs, particularly in the case of women entrepreneurs. This study shows findings about the effects of COVID-19 on MSME women enterprises in Kerala. Difficulty in acquiring raw materials critically affected MSME sector due to lockdown. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, what is the method of sampling?
Stratified sampling technique is used.
Why use stratified random sampling? Because your sample size is only 50.
50. Okay, sir. There are different types of enterprises which consist of food processing and services, textiles and tailoring, beauty parlor, and others. So I divide these population into different strata, and then each strata. Example: food processing and service units is the total number 507 divided by 1,312 into sample size 50. Sample size is taken randomly.
Why you limit your sample size 50?
Because of the limitation of time.
Then 50 is distributed based on the strata proportionately. Am I correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Lakshmi, please.
Sir. So next presentation by Ganesh B. Nair.
I think only one more delegates to come.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Myself Ganesh B. Nair. My topic is relationship between e-service quality and customer loyalty, a study on unified payment interface applications. My co-author is Dr. Rita Lada, Associate Professor and Principal of St. Joseph's College, Alappuzha. As we all know, over the past several years, India's payment method have changed drastically. The primary channels are e-wallets and UPI applications. Google Pay, Paytm, Amazon Pay, PhonePe are the most widely used UPI application. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic has multiplied the use of contactless payments as well. Thus, even small vendors are using these payment applications to receive payments. Thus, transfer of small amounts has become more comfortable. So the study examines the above mentioned topic in Kerala with the aim of understanding the relationship that exists between in-service quality and customer loyalty with the reference to UPI applications. Statement of the problem. Every culture recognizes the significance of service quality since it has shaped how consumers perceive online banking and ultimately how they interact and behave with the online services. As a number of UPI applications available on the online platform is large, there exists a high competition to retain the existing customers in the sector. This study examines the above mentioned topic in Kerala with the aim of understanding the relationship that exists between service quality and the customer loyalty with reference to UPI applications. According to a different study, service quality has a good indirect impact on customer loyalty even while it has a negligible direct impact. So this study aims to explain the relationship between e-service quality and customer loyalty of UPI apps in the Kerala context. Major objectives. First one, to find out the perception of consumers on e-service quality of UPI application. Second one, to evaluate the perception of consumers on customer loyalty with regards to UPI applications. Final one, to study the relationship between e-service quality and customer loyalty on UPI applications. Methodology. The study is descriptive and empirical in nature. My population is UPI app users in Kerala, as well as sample design is non-probability sampling. Measurement and scaling used here is e-service quality measure for internet-based financial institutions developed by Sohan and Tadisima in the year 2008 is adapted to construct the questionnaire for this study. To measure the various constructs e-service quality, trust, customized communications, ease of use, website content, functionality, reliability, and the speed of delivery are selected as a measurable attributes. To measure the dependent variable customer loyalty, the model proposed by Macmillan and Gilmore in the year 2003 is adapted and necessary additions and alterations are made in the context of UPI application. Mean scores, correlation, skewness, regression, ANOVA, and one sample t-test are the tools used for analyzing the data. The major findings were there is no significant difference on e-service quality that the p-value is 0.2322, etc. and the customer loyalty that the p-value is 0.504700 between the users of different UPI applications. Next one, there was no significant difference between e-service quality that the p-value is 0.174039 and the customer loyalty that the p-value is 0.90628 between the different experienced users, and it is not statistically significant. The results of the multiple regression and the correlation analysis revealed that there is a positive correlation, strong positive correlation between e-service quality and customer loyalty that is 0.726, and it is statistically significant. The coefficient of determination, that is the R-square, was found to be 0.528. That implies the 53% of variance in the consumer loyalty by e-service quality. Thus, e-service quality has a high predictor role of customer loyalty. The conclusion, in the current trend of the digital and cashless economy, mobile-based UPI applications are ambiguous and easy to use, supporting a wide range of banking, financial, and non-financial activities. According to this study, there is a strong correlation between e-service quality and customer loyalty among UPI application. The R-score indicator how well as the service quality predicts customer loyalty is 53%. The findings of the study reveals that the strategic use of various innovative features may enhance the attractiveness of the services rendered by the UPI application and strengthen customer loyalty. Future researchers are advised to take into account other states and other e-service supporting applications in order to have a strong generalization. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, you have applied multiple regression and you explained based on the beta coefficient and also the R-square.
Yes.
I think only 53% of the explanation is given by the independent variable with the R-square. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So there are certain unnecessary variables. And how many variables you selected as independent? in your regression model?
Independent variables, sir, e-service quality as an independent variable and customer loyalty as the dependent variable.
Okay, so you have only one dependent variable and one independent variable in your regression model.
Yes.
So what is the beta coefficient there?
Sir, around 1.3.
So there is a positive relationship?
Yes, sir, positive.
Whether the t-value is significant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lakshmi, please.
So last presentation by Jibil K. John.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Jibil K. John, research scholar in this institution. My research supervisor is Dr. Asha A. Nair, Assistant Professor, NSS College, Pandaram. Today's topic is role of producers organization in rebuilding agriculture supply chain during COVID-19 pandemic. We know agriculture sector plays an important role in our country's economic development. It contributes around 17% of the country's GDP and 13% in export earnings. During the COVID period, agriculture is the one sector which can sustain itself, and also it might be a period in which we can also strengthen the agriculture sector itself. Statement of the problem. In India, majority of households depends on agriculture sector. Any adverse impact on agriculture sector is not good for the economy. During the lockdown, partial closure of rural market, lack of migrant laborers, insufficient supply chain, this leads to shortage of food supplies and increased prices affected small and marginal farmers. In this scenario, it is very important to study the role of producers organization for the farmers to get an access to all the problem solving ways. The major objective of my study is to study the various problems that affected during COVID-19 on farming system in India and how farmer producer organization helps to tackle this problem. These are the major findings. What was the major problem that was happened in COVID? Most importantly, marketing has hit very badly. What the FPO do is through ENAM portal, that is National Agriculture Market. It is an online platform for agriculture commodities in which farmers can upload the picture of the crop and they can directly sell to the customers. Second major problem was there were lot of farmer groups. They were waiting for seeds for sowing. That is, farmers were not able to access the market for getting seeds. In this case, a suggestive mechanism was put forward by farmer producer organization, that is provide seed bank facility to the farmers, in which farmers can avail seeds and other inputs at a reasonable cost. Then the third major issue is lack of storage facilities. During the COVID period, in our country, there has been a bumper rabi crops, but there are less storage facility in our country. Already available market facilities were warehouses facilities were occupied with the surplus rabi crops. So there should be a scarcity of agriculture warehousing space. This problem has been addressed by farmer producers organization by providing warehouse space. Lastly, reduction of bulk demand for perishables. Farmers who grow perishables, that is fruits and vegetables produce, face a lot of problems like reduction of bulk demand, uncertainties in export. Because of the lockdown, hotels, restaurants were not able to function properly. What the FPO do is that they help the farmers at least get some funds out of the sales rather than resale to the outsiders. Apart from these roles, in many districts, FPO have provided food packets, masks, sanitizers to migrant laborers and other needy ones. This is the Sahyadri Production Company Limited in Nasik. It is one of the leading farmer producer organization with more than 10,000 farmers. They sold fruits and vegetables worth 4 lakh by establishing direct link with the 59 customers. Like all the sectors, economic COVID-19 pandemic very much affected the agriculture sector too. But the positive news was that despite all the challenges, agriculture sector has growing at the rate of 11.3%, and this growth has surpassed the non-agriculture sector's growth during the quarter April to June of the financial year 2020-21. Suggestion. The lessons learned from COVID-19 crisis could fuel the development of new sustainable agro policies and decision making in response not only to future pandemic but also to the sustainable development of agriculture system in India. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. What is your first
Thank you,
objective?
sir.
What is your first objective?
To study the very problem that affected during COVID-19 on farming system in India and how farmer producers organization helped to tackle this problem.
What type of data you collected and analyzed for fulfilling this objective?
Sir, the study is based on secondary data. Data is collected from the annual report of NABARD, Coconut Development Board, and other government board.
What was your conclusion with respect to this first objective?
We see a lot of problems like marketing issues and warehousing issues and reduction of bulk demand for perishables. In this situation, mainly farmer producer organization help to direct sell to the customers without any market intermediaries.
Okay, madam. Okay. Lakshmi,
Thank you, sir.
please
more
invite the last
presentation.
delegate. Last delegate.
Yes, sir. So last presentation by Remya VL and Ansa S.
Good afternoon all. Myself Remya VL, research scholar, Research and PG Department of Commerce, Government College Attingal, co-author, Ansayas, research scholar, Research and PG Department of Commerce, Government College Attingal, under the guidance of Dr. K. Pradeep Kumar, Professor, Women's College, Trivandrum. Our topic is the market trend of automobile industry during COVID-19. Introduction. Coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 is a contagious disease caused by a virus, the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2. The first known case was identified in Wuhan, China in December 2019. The disease quickly spread worldwide, resulting in the COVID-19 pandemic. During the initial outbreak in Wuhan, the virus and disease were commonly referred to as coronavirus and Wuhan coronavirus. To control the spread of this disease, most of the countries declared lockdown and imposed travel restrictions. The lockdown worstly affected the livelihood of people and it badly affected all the businesses in all over the world. The first lockdown in India was announced in 25th March 2020. Automobile industry is one of the most affected during COVID pandemic. This industry in India is the fourth largest in the world as per 2020 statistics. Objectives of the topic was to examine the automobile industry sales of cars in India during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis and lockdown, to assess the automobile industry's market share amid India's COVID-19 epidemic condition. Methodology used for the study was The current study is conducted by using secondary data. Secondary data were gathered from several reports published by the Ministry of Heavy Industry and Public Enterprises, purpose on the automobile industry. On the other hand, information about COVID is collected from the Government of India's Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. In this table, we know about the status of COVID in India as on May 9, 2021. It shows that confirmed cases in India on May 9, 2021 was 22 crore 29 lakh 6,414 and active cases were 37 lakh 36,648. Discharged cases was 1 crore 83 lakh 17,404 and the death cost due because of COVID was 2 lakh 42,362. On next table, we shows that the sale of automobile cars or cars of different manufacturers during the financial year 19 and at the financial year 2020. In this table, we shows that only the Renault car shows the growing trend and all other manufacturers cars showing the declining trend during the COVID-19 pandemic. The table demonstrates that the vehicle industry sales decreased during the pandemic period brought on by COVID-19. Although Maruti Suzuki is the country's top automaker, the epidemic has also impacted this sector. As per the data, Renault is the only business whose sales have increased since MG and Kia are new to the Indian market. The statistics cannot be used to estimate sales value. Automobile industries saw their market share decline as well. Notably, Honda experienced a minus 1.8% decline in market share. Due to their recent market entry, Kia has seen an increase in market share. In India, Hyundai saw a rise in market share during this time. In this table 3, we saw the sales report of luxury cars in India. The table above demonstrates that the premium auto sectors experienced a sales problem from COVID-19 to now. When compared to other Indian producers of luxury premium cars, Bentley and Jaguar have particularly experienced a severe difficulty. Only Lamborghini, a premium automobile maker, generated a profit twice as large as its sales volume the year before. Only Benz experienced an increase in market share during the COVID-19 epidemic that was greater than 2.9% increase over the prior year. Conclusion of the study was the Indian market's largest shareholder is the automobile industry, which boasts country's GDP. According to the data above, there was a significant decline in car sales following the pandemic situation in India, since people had never experienced anything like it and couldn't ever even endure it, even though they could not afford the autos. The epidemic impacted people's daily lives in addition to the vehicle market and its share. Automobile industry should boost automobile sales by lowering cost or providing extra incentives during the pandemic to escape from this challenging situation. During this epidemic, this may increase car sales. These are a few easy methods to raise car prices during this pandemic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. What is your first objective?
Sir, my first objective was to examine the automobile industry's sales of cars in India during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis and lockdown period.
Second one, to assess
the automobile industry's market share amid India's COVID-19 epidemic condition.
Market share. What do you mean by market share?
The share of each and every manufacturers of vehicles in market of automobile sales during this period.
And which company enjoys the highest market share in the automobile market?
Sir, Maruti Suzuki is the India's largest market share holding company, but at that period of COVID pandemic, they shows the declining trend. Only the Renault company shows the growing trend.
Okay, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, Lakshmi, I think the presentation is over.
Yes, sir, the presentation is over.
So,
Last section, we will conclude by the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Here we come to the end of the presentation section. It has always been a pleasure for me to deliver a vote of thanks to you, Harikumar sir. Sir is a reservoir of knowledge. His sampling is his area of specification. He's a super cool person with always a smile on his face. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. So without wasting much time, I straight away get into the task vested upon me, which is nothing but proposing vote of thanks. I express my abundance of gratitude to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time with us. And of course, the participants, we have been very keen we have been listening to your comments. And I hope the participants would incorporate the suggestions put forth by Harikumar sir. Thank you so much, participants, for being with us. And we expect to see you back at 2 p.m. for the last technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir. Hari, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Is it audible,
Is it
sir?
audible? Is it audible? Is it audible? Is it audible? Is it audible?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's checking.
It's checking. It's checking. It's checking. It's checking.
It's checking.
It's checking. It's checking. It's checking. It's checking. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
Sir.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Krishnan?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I think now it's time to get started, right?
Of course. Oh, yes, sir. We can start the function. We can start the technical session, sir.
Yeah. So Dr. Ganga, are you there? Dr. Ganga? Okay, so
Shall I start?
Yes, sir. We can start, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. It has been pleasure and honor to be a part of this international conference on entrepreneurship, business, and impact of COVID, hosted by School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and PG and Research Department of Commerce, Sanata Dharma College, India. It is an honor and pleasure to be a part of this particular session today. 1.5 days was a very enlightening for me personally. I've been part of most of the session. I've been part of the most of the session and learned about entrepreneurship, social and business aspect of what we face in Nepal and India and all over the world. I also would like to thank Mr. Dr. Govinda Tamang ji for organizing this particular event and making a business sector be part of this particular program today. Let me start my my PowerPoint. Basically today my PowerPoint includes with Federation, what is Federation all about, economy of Nepal, investment in Nepal, and COVID, and what is the effect of COVID and what did the Nepalese government do in order to revise back the economy due to COVID, I think so. So let me start. So if FNCCI, let me say about FNCCI, whom I'm representing at the moment. My name is, let me introduce myself also first. My name is Deshbandhu Basnet. I'm the executive committee member of FNCCI and the chairperson of Binational and NRM Coordination Forum Nepal. I'm the chairman of AB Holdings, and I'm the honorary consul of Zambia in Nepal also. So let me come back again with a slide for FNCCI. And FNCCI is an umbrella organization of Nepalese private sector. It was established in 1965. It was nationwide. It has national-wide network. It represents business and business community at national and international level. Facilitates to promote business and economic growth in the country. Also deal with labor-related matters and other social issues. Basically, FNCCI is like in Nepal, in India, you have FICCI and CII. It is something like that. Basically, it represents all the business organization from a smaller, medium, and larger scale organization. And basically, it lobbies with the government to solve their problems. Let me come with the second slide. So basically, FNCCI main vision is leading the nation for economical progress. Mission is facilitating Nepalese business becoming globally competitive. So basically, we have two ways out. One way is looking on the Nepalese side, in the local side, local economy, and another is taking it to the international level also. So basically, objective of FNCI is, the main objective of FNCI is to promote business and industry, to promote the right and interest of business and industry community, to create awareness and support for the business and industry effort to matter affecting business and their operations. Basically, it helps the business community or the business organization to sustain in Nepal in different ways, and even it can be even international companies also. We facilitate for them also. So basically, it's like functional approach. Basically, we have made three different boxes here. One is lobby and partnership with the government. The other one is business development. And the third one is service, support, and entrepreneurs. So basically, they are all interlinked. Like, I would just like to give an example. Like, basically, FNCCI does, like, when we have budgets, when we have, yesterday we had a monetary policies in Nepal. In that time, Nepalese FNCCI lobbies with the government for different sectors, like for industries, for tourism sector, for different sectors, in order to see that government policies are met for the betterment of the business fraternity. So we lobby with the government to see that all the business in Nepal are sustained, so that they can have their operations smoothly, and taxations are met as per the international standards, and even the interest rates are maintained in a good way. So basically, FNCCI lobbies with the government, with banks and everything, in order to get the business sector into track and help them to develop themselves. Now, basically, if you talk about FNCCI, it's on 77 districts. What we have, it's all over Nepal. Basically, we have four different verticals here. The first vertical is like districts. The other would be associations. Other is associations, and the fourth vertical is binational chambers. So they are differently. FNCI includes four different verticals. Now, if you talk about the FNCI in the global context, FNCCI is have a network all over the world. It is most probably we have right now on 35 countries we have been signed MOU. After joining FNCCI, I was able to take FNCI into African continent. So we are signing MOU with 5 different countries like Zambia, Ethiopia, Mauritius, 5 countries, South Africa. We're signing 5 agreements with African continents also, so that the business from that end also can float in Nepal. Now, basically, when we talk about Nepal, I think so we should most people are aware of Nepal, I think so. But then
Deshbandhu sir, excuse me, हजुरको PPT रन भएको छैन सर.
हजुर
PPT रन भएको छैन सर. एक बन्द गरेर फेरि रन गर्नु. हजुर सर.
अब
एकखेप क्लोज गरेर फेरि अन गर्नुहोस्, आउँछ होला.
Is it working?
Move भएको छैन.
मेरोमा त मुभ भइरहेछ अहिले.
हो, यता उसमा चाहिँ भएको छैन सर.
हो, भयो? छैन.
फर्स्ट स्लाइडमै छ सर. त्यो रन गर्नु त सर.
It's like open more like open the slide mode. अब छ होइन है
के अरे स्क्रोल गर्नु त सर नो फर्स्ट स्लाइड मात्रै आइरहेको छ
this one minute yeah oh त्यहाँ मैले गर्दै it's like this हैन
यो स्लाइडलाई ओपन फुल गरिदिनु त फुल गरेर मोडमा राख्दिनु यो मोडमा हो अब
It's working, sir?
सर वाइ इन्भेस्ट इन नेपाल भन्ने चाहिँ आयो एउटा फेरि 11 नम्बरमा जानुहोस् त सर ट्रान्जिसन भएको छैन सर स्लाइड शो गरेर हेर्नुहोस् त सर आउँछ कि
Dr. Ganga, even without slideshow is okay. It's visible from here.
Okay. सर आउनु त आएन सरले कन्टिन्यू गर्नु होला त्यसो भए
आउनु त आएन
आउनु त आएन त वाइ इन्भेस्ट इन नेपाल भनेर फ्रिज भइरहेछ अगाडि जाउँ सर हुन्छ
यो ठीक छ अब यहाँसम्म
हुन्छ सर हुन्छ
We'll start. Okay, so basically we had two slides here. Let me talk about the Nepal profile as a country. Nepal is in Southeast Asia. We have 1,47,516 kilometers here. The population of Nepal is 29.1 million. We have the altitude from 59 to the highest Mount Everest, 8,848. The religious wise, we are Hinduism in 81% of our population are Hindu. Language, we speak Nepal, Hindi, and most of the languages here. Currency is Nepali. So overall, this is and we are in the federal state right now. We have 7 different states in Nepal. So this is basically a profile of Nepal. Now, if you talk about, since I represent business sector here, I need to at least have one slide why to invest in Nepal. So I've just made one small slide here regarding the population of young population in Nepal from 15 to 59 years are 57% of the year. The investment in Nepal to invest is because of the low labor cost like India, what you have. We are basically we are member of SHARC. We are member of SHARC, BIMSTEC, WTO, BRI, and many others. We have signed an agreement with 5 different countries for BIPA. Similarly, we have done double taxation avoidance policies for around 11 countries. Similarly, Nepal. If you talk about advantage of Nepal, we have you can have 100% ownership in Nepal. Repatriation of the when you make a profit, you can take the repatriation from Nepal. There is not much problem on that, and it has tax holidays and competitive cooperative income taxes in Nepal like India. So basically, I have 2 slides with Nepal and why to invest in Nepal. Now let me go on the economical indicators of Nepal. Basically, Nepal economical indicators like GDP growth rate for the year of 2020 and 21 was projected at around 4.01. If you talk about the per capita income, Nepal is 1,196. Inflation rate was 3.65. Human Development Index 0.625. And if you talk about the gross foreign exchange reserve, stood up to this was on the higher end, but at the moment we have around 6.5 to 7 months of reserve fund with us. Remittance inflow for the year for the 10 months for 2020 and 21 was 809 billion rupees. So our remittance contributes around 20% of the GDP. If you talk about the manufacturing sector, we contribute around 5% of the manufacturing sector on Nepal. So basically, this is the economical indicators of Nepal. So now, business opportunity in Nepal. There are different sectors in Nepal. The investments have done different sectors in Nepal. Basically, let me come with around 8 sectors. I have identified 8 sectors here. First, agriculture sector. We have put agriculture sector. Agriculture sector contributes around 26.01 of GDP. and employs around 64.40% of the employment is done on this sector particular. So this particular sector has a priority sector in Nepal at the moment. Government of Nepal has made a lot of policies and a lot of interest capitalization and a lot of facility for the farmers, so that they get interest mostly on 5% of the interest. They're getting money at the rate of lending at the rate of 5% only. Basically, other sectors are it's around nearly about 8 to 9%, but the agriculture is at 7 till 5%. So the other important sector is the tourism sector, I think so. Nepalese people are born to do the tourism sector because of the hospitality. So employment in this sector is the fourth largest sector, if you talk about. And this is the fourth largest sector. Right now in Nepal, the tourism industry is trying to go pretty well, because a lot of branded hotels are coming in Nepal. Because of that, the uplifting of tourism is getting better. Since we have a very big population in India and China, we are in between India and China. There is very big population. Right now, the Indian tourists, the number of Indian tourists flowing in Nepal has increased in this after the post-COVID. So I think that this particular sector would be one of the upgrowing sector in coming days. The major sector what we are looking in Nepal is energy hydrogreen, that is hydropower what we are looking on. If you talk about Nepal, the feasibility shows that 83,000 megawatt of electricity can be driven in Nepal. But if you talk about economical feasible is 43%. But if you talk about the percentage used in Nepal, it is not more than 1 to 2%. So I think so we have immense potential of hydropower right now. Another 1 week back, we had the government of, when Mr. Modi was in Nepal a month back, we have signed a treaty that exporting of electricity in India. I think so within few days we have already started exporting electricity in India. That is one of the most a milestone between India and Nepal relation. Similarly, there is a trilateral relation between Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, where we are trying to have the three countries are joining hand to export hydropower electricity from Nepal. So we see an immense potential in this particular field. The another important area is infrastructure, where I see a lot of potential of business opportunity in Nepal. Infrastructure-wise, the Nepal is just in a growing stage of infrastructure. We have roads, but not in that way. A lot of roads can be built up, bridges, and a lot of infrastructure projects can be done in Nepal. The other important is information technology. This also is one of the major areas. If you talk about the penetration of Nepalese in the mobile phone in Nepal, it exists around above 95% as per my knowledge. So the information technology business does pretty well in Nepal. The other very important sector is startups and SMEs. This is one of the areas I think so the youth are taking a lot of advantage out of it after the COVID. After the COVID, there were a lot of startups in Nepal, and still people youngsters are doing a lot of projects, and startups are going, and all the sectors, the business fraternities are opening their hands for the investment on startup at the moment. Even the government of Nepal has allocated good number of funds for the startup. I think this should be one of the area where Nepalese, a lot of young entrepreneurs would be converting themselves into a business community in coming days. The other is connectivity and transport. This is also one of the major area where I see a very good number of investment is required in Nepal, and investment can be done here also. Another is health, education, others. If you talk about health, when there was a COVID, we had, not only the world faced a lot of challenges with COVID, and even Nepal was not certain with having a lot of problems with the COVID. At that time, we realized the sector of health sector investment was required in Nepal, and right now a lot of governments are putting a lot of money in this sector. Education is also a major sector right now. We have around many young students traveling abroad for education. So this also is a sector that looks on opportunity in Nepal. So basically, I have just put 8 different sectors here on seeing how the Nepal can be growing, and there are the major advantages on it. So agriculture, tourism, and hydropower would be one of the major areas where I see a lot of investment pouring in Nepal, I think. Let me go to the other slide. So basically, we have major economical sectors in Nepal. I have made it to 3 different sectors here. One is the agriculture sector that contributes in GDP 26.01 of GDP, and that has employment of 64.40 of employment on this particular. So agriculture contributes the major employment sector in Nepal. The growth rate is 2.23. So this is one of the area where I see Nepal's economy is relevant and looking on agriculture sector mostly. The other important sector is industry sector. It contributes around 13.79 of GDP. If you talk about the employment on that particular sector is 15.10 only. So I think this particular sector needs to be increased more. So a lot of industrialization is getting well. Few days back, government had brought a new policy that they get 8% of subsidy if they can send cement and rod to India. And I think so. A couple of our friends have already started sending few trucks, a few shipments to India for rods and cement. I think that would be one of the area that can, in coming days, will be able to solve a lot of problems on the dollar reserve. I think so. The another important sector is service sector. Service sector consists of three different areas. One is tourism, real estate, and finance services. If you talk about the GDP contribution in this sector is the highest, that is 60.20, and employment in this sector is not as compared to agriculture, but it contributes 20.50 in the employment sector. Growth is minus 3.60. Basically, this particular sector contributes around 60% of the GDP. So this particular sector considers tourism, real estate, and financing of services. All the banks are on this sector only. So this is major economic sectors in Nepal. Now, where is Nepal stays in the economical development roadmap? It's a very good thing where we are heading right now. So if you talk about first stage was the preliminary agriculture, second was simple manufacturing, third was supply chain, manufacturing, SME and FDI. The fourth stage was high-tech industry technology, and fourth was creative, innovative, economical knowledge. So basically, if you talk about this, we are on the first and second stage. Nepal is on the first and second stage. So more of supply chain is required, more of high-tech industry is required in Nepal, where things can be done in better way, so that we can be from a developed country to a developing country. I think from a developing country to a developed country, we can convert themselves. So this particular economic stage we are the first to second stage in Nepal. So a lot of challenges are there. So we hope that in coming years we'll be able to cross in the middle income trap will be there on the in between third and fourth. That would be our projection. Now, if you talk about Nepal emerging as a service hub while creating niche opportunity in other economical sector, so we have made three different points here. One is Nepal's Asia as a service hub. If you talk about creativity sector, art, AI and data analysis, knowledge, retail, SMEs, tourism, design, service, green energy, medical hub, digital Nepal. So these are the things that if that can be contributed in this particular sector, we can be one of the hub. The another would be on the manufacturing sector, specialty approvals, high-tech, high-value food processing, handicrafts is one of the areas. Still, we do a lot of export from Nepal. I think that also would be one of the areas where if you can have good numbers and quality products from Nepal, that can be done. And the other would be on the agriculture sector. Since we already know that above 60% of the contribution of GDP, 60% is above employment is created by agriculture sector. If you can have a brand name, we can create some of the brand in Nepal and focus and have organic food from Nepal, that can really make change in that particular sector. Another is traditional medicine. We have a lot of hubs in Nepal like Yacha Gumba, there are Shilachis, and many other things are here. So if that can be branded well with like international standard and the quality has been controlled by the government of Nepal, I think that would be one of the area where we see a lot of high value agriculture, and with the small number of numbers, the income what the farmers can generate will be a very good. I think the government of Nepal is looking on that and incoming. Another is new years food. So basically, if these things can be collaborated and interlinked with each other, we can have being Nepal as a hub for the economical sector. I think so. Government of Nepal, even the federations and even all the business communities looking on it, and we have started interlinking with most of the thing right now. The branding has already started by a lot of our friends. Not only that, I would just like to bring in your knowledge that high from the water from the mountain side has already been started exporting to Qatar and many other Middle East countries. So that also is one of the areas where we can take a valuable product that to an international market. So basically, it's about emerging service and the hub of creating a niche opportunity. Now let me come to the COVID. So basically, now I'm putting my slide on the COVID side. Impact of COVID. Nepal's economy is also affected by the COVID pandemic with the global economy. Since the global economy also was affected, Nepal could not be exception on that. We had a lot of problems with the COVID. The global economy has affected more seriously by COVID-19 originated financial crisis and other. This was one of the world's biggest financial crisis, I think so. This was all the crisis it was the biggest crisis even from the World War I, II, III, and almost all the things. It was one of the biggest pandemic what world had ever faced on that. So the pandemic is the short period of time has affected public health, human lives, and well of the economy and general lifestyle. It has generally affected most of the areas. Most of the people has affected on it, and the priorities of people has shifted. I think the priority of has shifted from hygienic to health and getting more awareness about the thing. So I think that the pandemic had changed the real way of economical stability. Plus, it has changed the way how people think about the entire ecosystem, how it works, and even the supply chain, all that. So Nepal gross domestic product decreased by 1.9%. If you talk about the domestic product in Nepal increased by 1.9, because we are basically our import-oriented economy in Nepal has import-oriented. Most of the things are we import from abroad. Even the raw materials are imported from abroad. We have a very good. We are in between two big giants like India and China, but unfortunately we could not take that advantage till now. Hope in coming days we'll take that advantage also. I think so. The business is operation and held across the mobility. The mobility was one of the major problem in Nepal, I think so, and not only Nepal, all over the world. I think these were the major. This was few of the point where we had challenges because of economical COVID. Now another thing was the Nepalese SME enterprises. The Nepal small and medium enterprises consist of a huge share of Nepalese market. Almost 99% of the enterprises are micro, small, and medium enterprises. I think so. India also we have the similar thing. It is called. So this particular sector, unorganized sector, I call it as unorganized sector. This particular sector had a very big impact on the COVID, I think so. Due to that only, most of the jobs were lost in this particular sector. The impact of the micro enterprises has been a huge in Nepal. Almost 3.5 million people are engaged in the enterprising sector. The challenge faced by SME, small and medium enterprises during the initial lockdown are follows. I'm just putting a few of the points here that was affected for SME. One was loss and sales order. They had the sales of order had come down very badly. Disruption of the supply chain, what the world is facing at the moment, still we are facing. The supply chain is one of the major, and Nepal could not be assured on that. One is the liquidity problem. The finance problem was this, since the money, whatever the people made, the business community made, the business could not be floating on the end. So loss of business network. Many people were out of the business, so the network had to be re-established by the business community. Not being able to pay liabilities, since there was no sales, they were not unable to make profits on the line. So liabilities were increasing for almost all the business community. So these were the few reason things. Another is entrepreneurs in Nepal has fueled with innovation and workshop. Due to the COVID thing, I think so. Many of our new entrepreneurs have fueled up with innovations. They have come down with new ideas. Online mechanism has increased. Before COVID and after COVID, if you talk about the banking transactions, in the real-time transaction increased nearly about 300 to 400% above that, I think so. The entire ecosystem people have started using a wallet like e-Shevas and Khaltis and a lot of portals that make people accessible, that are interconnected with their banks. So things have changed in Nepal. Application like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and all these things have been used. Right now we are, because of the COVID only, I think so we are right now on the physical thing, on this particular mode what we are doing. Otherwise we would have done it physical. So things have changed. The more use of Zoom and Microsoft have been used. Entrepreneur activities have started in household. Now what happened is, like during the COVID, there was a big financial crunch with most of the business communities, houses, even the employees and people lost their jobs. So household development, the human entrepreneurs was developed in the house. They started making pickles and baking items, embroideries, and small items, and they sold it online. So I think that was one of the new way where we started generating a new kind of entrepreneurs that was housewife converted into entrepreneurs. So that sector is doing really well in Nepal. Still, we have Nepali, we call it shell roti. That is a food that is made in the festival. That is doing really well. Pickles are doing really well. So I think this particular new sector has been developed because of the economic with COVID, I think so. Innovation startups are there, have increased in Nepal. Increasing number of digital platform business in Nepalese market. One is Daraz is there. That Daraz, Kirana, Sastudil, Food Mandu is a site that delivers food from one place to another. From the restaurant, they take it to the home thing. Vozdil, Hamro Bazaar. So these are this particular industry were there before the COVID also. But during the time of COVID, I think so. The money or the transaction what they made was nearly about 200 to 300 times more. So I think the innovation of startup has increased. More and more youngsters have started coming with new idea, innovative idea that can really change the thing. But only the problem is the major problem with startups are sustainability and scalability. Those are the major problem. I think so on coming days, young generations will look on it. But if you talk about right now, every house, we have maybe during this COVID, we had around 2,000 to 3,000 new ventures were developed. Small, like some selling ice creams, maybe some cakes, some even the biryanis. So many things started up. So young generations are doing pretty well with the startup. I think because of this COVID, new generations could start up their own business with a small scale of money. I think so. Another is, after having a lot of problems, Nepal government had some revival economical policies in Nepal. I think that really helped the business community to come down. I think so. The government of Nepal has responded to the COVID through budgetary policies. Right now, we have monetary policies and budgetary. Two things are there. So, if you talk about Nepalese government had assigned a special low interest rate of 5% loan funded of $42 million in the fiscal year of 2020 and 21. This was a very big package that Nepalese government, generally the interest rate was from 9 to 10%, but for this special 5% of interest rate was there, and that was around $42 million was allocated by Nepalese government in the monetary policy. So that really helped the business community to move ahead. Not only that, government had identified few sectors like tourism, maybe transportation. There are few sectors that was identified with the government, Nepalese government, and Nepalese government had a provision of $84 million for refinancing at 5% of interest rate for the economic stimulation. So basically, what happened is people were having business, but that business was not running. So the government gave them 1 year time to pay the interest, and at 5% they do the refinancing. They didn't have to pay any interest for 1 year. Even till today, also some of the financing has been continued. But yesterday only we had a monetary policy that will change. They've stressed some of the sector. So I think because of that, government of Nepal, but in this policy, still a lot of business community, big, small, and larger scale organizations sustained because of this refinancing, I think, and the interest rate. This was a very important thing. Even I got personally benefit out of it, and most of the business community got benefit out of it. Another is subsidy on loan and moderate interest rate. Loan was subsidy, right, and moderate interest rate was, like I said, it was till 5%, and some of the even till 8% it was done. So this was one of the major reasons where business in this 2 years time, business were able to come back. I think so. Job rotation scheme with provision and promotion benefit. People right now, what we are facing right now is the human resources also is the major issue what we are facing in Nepal. I think because of that, we were able to retain more people on it, promote and benefit our things. So this was a major thing what Nepalese government did in order to revive our economy. So other thing is the government of Nepal has started a seed fund for startup and entrepreneurs are visualizing their ideas. Government of Nepal has made a special fund right now to give a seed money to the startup. Not only the government, the federation, even FNCCI has set up its own cell so that we can give financing to the startups so that they can develop new innovation with that. And even Nepalese government is having a lot of policies on that. And the major part of the young entrepreneur right now, the government of Nepal is doing is without having any collateral. In Nepal, most of the loans are disseminated, or most of the loans are given on the base of collateral. But for the startups, government of Nepal has started a fund that you don't require any startups. So startups can start their business by taking a fund from Nepalese government. Another is financial support such as extended and simplified loan guarantees. This is one of the major areas. Direct lending through public institutions. The government of Nepal has made a new policy of doing it from the private institution through a private institution also. Support for non-banking financing through grants, subsidies, and equity, including the convertible loan. So government of Nepal brought new policies. We see that they can convert their loans in a different way so that the organization keeps on sustaining. But it was monitored by Rashtra Bank, like India, what you have RBI. So it has been monitored, and every 1 year they keep on changing through the monetary policy. Another is favorable environment for discourses on business innovation and entrepreneurship. So this really changed the environment in Nepal, and people have started. Another is government of Nepal kept on doing a lot of training, seminars, and workshops to improve the environment. They were awareing the business community that things are going to change. Government is coming with a new policy, how we can sustain the policies and all. So these things really changed the interaction with the government, state federations, and everything really changed the way people knew about COVID and how they could revive the economy. Another was opening avenues for cooperation on the stakeholders to the government. So this is also one of the area where the government of Nepal did a lot of place work. So basically, if I talk about government of Nepal have been very supportive on this area, especially on refinancing and putting the interest rate into 5%. That was one of the major area where still the economies are surviving. Still we are having the business sectors are reviving right now. Most of the sectors have been revised already. Now industries have been revised in a good way. I think so right now 85% of the industries are revised. Only the sectors that are mostly still affected is our tourism industry, hotel, and all the non-SME, small and medium scale industries are working hard because of the supply chain. In the world-wise, they are unable to get their raw materials right now. So that is the way right now. But I think in coming few months and another 6 to 7 months, we should get revived and the economy will be on the track if the COVID doesn't have its negative effect on spreading of the COVID virus. So the other thing is I just put a small thing. This is my last slide. So it was like just trying to see the lesson learned from the business and entrepreneurship. What did we learn from this particular COVID, and what are the advantages we took out of it? Another is, I would just read on it. Ensure rapid delivery of business and entrepreneurship policy supported by making effective channels of communication. This is one of the area, the communication with the delivery system and supply chain. So this is the major thing. I think in the world right now, people talk about supply chain, and even Nepal also, we could not. The supply chain is one of the major part the world is facing right now, and even Nepal also. So entrepreneurs have been able to track and see how the supply chain can be more efficiently moved around. Another is ensure the government on the primary focus remains on the focus of existing companies and startup. So the government, our primary focus to remain on the existing company. It is not only on the new company. Government have started primarily focusing on the existing company, and even the federation is looking on it to see how the existing companies are facing problem on it, and what are the areas we can look how to solve their problem. So we are working on that. Another is of the startup policy, enhancing and the potential of the new venture and venture recovery. So this is another. So new ventures are being developed and venture recoveries are there. So this is also another area where we sign that there's a lot of advantage on that, and ensure that the government's policies and reciprocated in both the lower tier and upper tier of the society. So this is one of the most important part. There is a lower tier and the upper tier. So government policies are reciprocated in both the thing, not only in the lower end, in the higher end also. This assures that the business community can feedback and come back. Make a reformative policy with regular supervision and monitoring. This is what Rashtra Bank is doing in Nepal, like RBI in India. They have been regularly monitoring, and every year they come with a new policy and see some of the business communities, some of the businesses are getting affected. They get advantage out of it. Right now in Nepal, right now we just got an advantage. They get advantage. Right now the share market in Nepal was tumbling down right now. So Nepal government have come with a new policy of lending from one bank of 12 crore rupees net currency. So that I think that will bring the share market up in coming days. So government keeps on monitoring the policies, change the policies, and try to see how it is more effective in years. Another is providing space for innovation, technology, and research. This is another very important thing. Government of Nepal also realized that technology is the most important thing, I think so. Yesterday I was reading an article where they were saying that initially the rich people, initially in the ancient era, these people are the people who had bigger lands. They were called landlords. Then afterward, they changed into industrial zone. Who had industry, they became rich. But right now, the people who are rich are the people who are doing technology. So basically, I think the government of Nepal also has been aware of it, and even all the business community. And so we are shifting into more of innovation, more of technologies, research-based things are going on. Because in Nepal, research and development we are not doing much research. But I think after this COVID, we have come down to a conclusion that research and development needs to be done. We should be able to tackle different kind of problems in coming days. No one had imagined COVID would last for this long. So things are changing in this way. Another preparing space of collaboration with the government. This is another space where we say that preparing spaces for collaboration with the government. That is another part. Another is favor competitive startups and complex tasks. This is another task where we find that, and investigate on effective shaping the pandemic and using the development and growth of the event. This is another very well. So all these things basically, what as an entrepreneur in Nepal, most of the, because I think a lot of our scholars have always shared about entrepreneurs and most of the topics. So I focused on COVID this time. So basically what I feel is like entrepreneur is a journey where you take risk, you manage the risks and try to operate it and do it. The majority of problem what our youngsters in Nepal are facing is, scaling the industry. They make a small startups. They do it for a couple of days, a couple of months, but they're unable to scale up to the next level. So I think these things of scalable is most important part. And innovation. Yesterday I was listening to a few scholars that copying of the startups are in Nepal. Also we are having that. If one has a food delivery company, the hundreds of food delivery companies operating Nepal. So more than copying the thing, the startups are required. Entrepreneurs are always risk takers. So I think so. I'm almost done with my presentation. If there is any questions, thank you once again. If there is anything I can be able to answer on any point, I will be great of mine. Thank you once again, sir.
Ganga sir, तपाईको म्युट छ है Ganga sir, you have been muted.
Yes sir, thank you once again.
Thank you, Deshbandhu sir. Yes, due to the power cut, me and the Govinda sir lately joined the session. We are very sorry for that. Before we are going for the question session, I would like to introduce Deshbandhu sir. So he has already delivered his talk. So Engineer Deshbandhu sir is the chairman of AB Holdings, and he is a young business leader in Nepal. By education, he is industrial engineer. He has done his engineering from Amravati University, Maharashtra, India. And he has also done a course on technology entrepreneurship from Harvard University, United States. He is an entrepreneur by profession who took over the charge of the FNCCI, that is Federation of Nepali Chamber of Commerce, as an executive committee member and chairperson of binational NRN coordinator from FNCCI. Sir is also having honor by the Honorary Council of Republic of Zambia for Nepal, an executive committee member of SAARC Chamber of Commerce of Industry, an advisor of the International Investment Promotion Committee, Province 1 FNCCI, and Trade Fair Committee FNCCI, respectively. In a short period, Mr. Bosnet has been associated with the various national and international associations and served for regional integration and economic cooperation. Sir is very much involved in with other business people in Nepal and as well as whole over the world, and he is effectively working on business planning, creative management skill, and innovative marketing area, particularly in Nepal and global arena. So with this word, I would like to open the house for questions, if any, sir. Please. So participants, if you have questions, you can just ask.
May I ask one question to Deshbandhu sir?
Yes, sir, please, sir.
Sir, very nice presentations. You have covered everything, from the perspective of all entrepreneurs, basically policy implications, practices, and all, and even opportunities for young entrepreneurs and the government of Nepal's policy and recent monetary policy and all. So now I would like to know, basically, since you have been doing business for almost 40 years, as we came to know about. So therefore, what is your lesson learned after this COVID-19 pandemic, as an entrepreneur, what kind of challenges that you faced and how you resolved the problem, and what would be the, precautions that we need to take as an entrepreneur in Nepal and maybe in global context as well, because you have been, associated with various organizations, all over the world. So that young entrepreneurs in Nepal or in India can just take lessons from your, experience, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again, sir, Govinda sir, for giving the opportunity. Basically, if I talk about personally, it has changed the way I think about the whole process, actually. We never thought that, the entire thing would be interrupted because every organization has, they have their cash flow for 6 months. They say that the reasonable for 6 months cash flow is one of the best option to keep for any organization. But I think due to the COVID, the entire thing shifted. We whatever we had planned for 6 months or 8 months, nothing happened. The entire thing shifted, and the more and more, the world was in uncertainty. What would happen next? We thought that within 6 months it will be short. After the vaccination came, we thought that it would be short on the 6 months, 1 year. It went nearly for 2 years down the line. So the entire thing, what I learned in the ecosystem is like, you should always have a backup plan. A, B, C, D as a backup plan. Organizations, most of the organizations, like youngsters organizations, we are young, so we try to have, we don't have much plan. We have a plan, maybe. The organization will run for this many years. We make this much of profit, and this is the thing for the backup. But if you talk in this particular duration of the COVID, I really realized that there's always a backup is required. Policies, the world economy can change anytime. We should be able to make plans that can be able to sustain our organization at any cost. That was one of the things what I learned. And mentally also, I felt that during the time of COVID, most of our friends, business community in Nepal, had a lot of the mental issues, because the pressure was so high. Because we were on the shutdown, the banks were calling, almost all the banks were calling the big investors, like investors of business community, that the interest has to be paid on time. Unfortunately, we could not go, there was no any cash flow with us. So during the time we realized that we should be, the organization or business or the people should be able to tackle any kind of situation. We should be ready for that. Every time you don't have good times in life. Because of these 2 years, I think the entire business community has lost 4 years down the line. I think so. Because to recover these 2 years, it will take another 2 years. So the entire shifting is for the 4 years. So most of the plans, whatever we have made till now, have changed right now. And for me personally, if you say me personally, it has changed the way I think about the whole ecosystem right now. Before, I used to think everything moves very fast. Now the acceptance of negativity has increased on me. I've started learning to accept that things are not going to as per your plans and your policies. We need to have backup plans. And so things have changed, and especially in a country like Nepal, where banks rules the most of the things. Most of the things are run by banks, and the interest rates are getting higher day by day in the COVID and all. So basically, what I felt in my observation was that how to make a sustainability organization. When I build an organization now, I should be able to plan such a way that anything happen, that organization should sustain. And another thing is, like, what I realized is technology-based business is the best business for the long run. What I said half to 10 minutes back also, I said that before it was like people were rich when they had more lands. They were called landlords. Then the entire ecosystem shifted. Then people who had industry, they were rich. Now the ecosystem has shifted. People who do business with technology are the people who are going to sustain in the long run. And there the youth can do something, because we, as per our age, we may not be able to take that much on the technology side. But I think this is the right time for the young entrepreneurs to develop themselves and do more business on innovations and all. So I feel that innovation is required in coming days. That is the lesson what I have learned from that. And backup plans is most important part for any organization. Anything can happen anytime, and we should be able to sustain on any of the modality or any of the issues what we face in India. That's the thing what I'd like to say, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. As you mentioned that innovation is must.
Yeah.
And this morning, Professor Neharika, actually, she was talking about the process innovations and all.
Yeah.
And that has been more relevant to Nepal as well.
Definitely.
So very close to India, right? And then talking about innovation. So we have got various ways of innovations, And this morning also, I raised one questions like, disruption innovation. And we have got like traditional method of working cultures, right? So probably when we disrupt into some, some traditional method and acceptance from our industry people, like mindset is something different, right? Probably you might have faced that kind of situations in your, career as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for your insightful talk. So I believe now, Dr. Krishnan, so is there any questions, queries from our friends from SDC College? Okay, so probably our friends will ask some questions, or they do have some queries. So now the very interesting thing I would like to just join here, like ecosystem, as you mentioned rightly.
Yes, sir.
Ecosystem that is collaborating with all stakeholders, right? And as I already mentioned you regarding School of Management, Tribhuvan University has started working with Ministry of Industry
we have already started collaborating, and we have had MOU also. And only yesterday I got a call from Ministry of Industry that, okay, now ministry is collaborating with university, just to get or prepare manpower, skilled manpower for industry. Now in this platform, I would like to hear from you, since you have been working in the field, I mean FNCC as well. So what is the opinion, actually what is the idea of creating skilled manpower for Nepalese organizations that could be relevant for our Indian organizations as well? So how Ministry of Industry and FNCCI and T1 University can collaborate each other to come up with the required manpower for the industry?
Basically, it is like this. See, if you talk about Nepal, there's a lot of potential, and things can be done in a different way, I think so. Now, as you're talking about, working with ministry and the universities and the federation, I think so. We can. I think so. What I feel is like, we need to, first of all, whenever there is an education like in the Tribhuvan University, you're having business management courses there. The people should be, until unless people are hungry about doing something, it doesn't work that way. Like yesterday also I said when we missed Mr. Govinda sir, what I feel is like, making some policies and making something is one part, but initially we need to see, whenever we educate our people, we need to make them understand the practical aspect about the whole process. Until unless we have the practical, right now we have a lot of people, we keep on hiring people, but I see at the youngsters today don't have that hungry towards doing anything on the part. One thing is like, people, the young generation needs to understand that, the society is getting more competitive in coming days. It has really changed the way things. People have started coming from all over the world, studying and coming to Nepal. And other thing is like, they need to have passion towards doing something. What I miss in the youngsters today, they want success very fast. Success doesn't come in one day. It takes years to come. Number one is that. And number two is like collaborating with different things is like, I think you need to keep on adding in your courses. Until you add some kind of things about the industries or about the Nepalese market on your courses, people will not get attracted towards joining the organization in Nepal. As per the thing, one other thing would be campusing also would be. I think in Nepal, few of the organizations are doing campusing, but still in Nepal, there's a big chances of doing campusing. Like, the industries are coming towards the college and selecting the people what they like and do. So if we have good payrolls of the people of first to second batches, the third batch gets motivated. So major part, what I feel is like, industry requires a lot of people right now. If you see right now in Nepal also, we have a lot of high top level people hired from India. Still, if you talk about CEOs, most of the CEOs of all the big brands, hotels, big banks are from the from India itself. So I think so. What I feel is like, the education level should be uplifted more. The education level should have more of practical version on the education side. Because if we get people also on the industry side, they need to understand that at the end of the day they need to work on it. They need to be more knowledgeable on it. So I feel that the collaboration between Ministry, FNCCI, and TU is a very good point here. But I think the TU, first of all, before doing this program, TU need to have an interaction with the business community, that what are type of people they require, what are the requirement there, whether the people who have already passed out from TU or KU or any other university, are they able to fulfill the requirements of the business community or not? We need to first understand that. After it is understood, then few of the courses have to be added as per the entrepreneurship or as per the business community, and that particular course will make it more effective, I think so. Because at the end of the day, the people who work in the organization should be happy, I think so. They should have that knowledge in between them. They should have that fire in them to learn something. I cannot hire anyone who doesn't have fire on themselves. So what I feel is like, first TU, any of the university, to understand whatever people is required in Nepal, and they need to add a couple of courses in between that. And that can really change, that so that ecosystem manages well, so that student is done, student is delivered, student is educated as per the requirement of Nepalese standard or Nepalese industries or Nepalese banks or whatever it is. So in that way, I think so, we have to go on the opposite side right now, I think so. What we are going is on the front side. I think we need to understand the ecosystem on the back side to know whatever people they require. It was really pleasure to meet you, Mr. Govinda, a few days back. And I shared that, we need to understand what Nepalese market require. At the end of the day, people need to work. People need to work as per because I feel that people are just working for the sake of working. They need to have that passionate about working towards the organization. They need to choose what they're going to go for. If an MBA is getting produced from your organization, he needs to understand what he's going to do tomorrow. Is he going to a bank? Is he going to an industry? He needs to understand that. I feel that people just want to have a job. I don't see people want to have a job for a money. It doesn't work that way nowadays. Nowadays it works for the passion. Until you have passion, you'll never go abroad. That's the thing. So I think so the opposite integration is most important part. I think so. The product has to be generated as per the market, and that way it will be a structural model for TU also and for all of us. I think.
Thank you very much, sir. I think there is one question, in the chat box.
What is that, sir?
Would you please look at the chat box? Yes, sir.
What is the marketing practice do you most effective for reaching new customers? And is it very valuable, especially for the new order? The marketing strategies depends, like marketing, like if you statics in Nepal, I don't know if the context of Nepal and India may be a different way. Marketing in Nepal, right now we are going morely on the different platforms of the net and all the social media and everything. But I think so, a country like Nepal, still the mouth to mouth and the product, what is the product and how reliability of the product is the most important part, I think. Because nowadays what I see is entrepreneurs make product, but still they themselves don't believe in the product and they want to sell the product. First the product should be very good. If you talk about Japanese product all over the world, they are doing well because first of all you have to build a product that really is more relevant and is useful, I think so. So what is the tactics of marketing? What is the marketing tactics do you find the most effective? There are many ways, I think so. Identifying the niche market, what are the people, what is the product, first of all, what are the product? As for that, it needs to be done. Social media and all marketing ways are different way. One is mouth to mouth. For me, if I believe we are from the old traditional business people, I think so, mouth to mouth would be one of the most major reasons. The product should be good and it should be used personally by me first in order to sell the market. Thank you once again, sir.
Govinda sir, are we taking more questions?
So I think now, if there are any questions from the floor, so let's take one questions. So it's about 3 p.m. now, Indian Standard Time, right?
Yes, that means we are coming to the end of the session. Though we will keep it open for the questions. If there is any question, definitely from the Indian counterpart, Dr. Krishnan, definitely will forward us the questions. The Nepali counterpart, they can just send it to us. So it is our pleasure that we had Deshbandhu sir for these talks, and I would like to extend the vote of thanks for this to the participants from SDC and from the SOMTU and from the other organizations too who joined us for this session, and we are looking forward for this kind of session in the coming days also. So Deshbandhu sir, thank you very much for your time for us and enlightened us with certain nooks and corners of the entrepreneurship in Nepal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again. It is a pleasure and honor to be a part of this particular session. We hope that in coming days I'll be able to say more and talk more about it. Thank you once again, sir, especially Govinda sir. Thank you for giving us the private sector opportunity to be a part of this particular event. Thank you once again, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So maybe we will be joining at 3:15 Indian Standard Time for the validatory session. So Dr. Krishnan.
Dr. Ganga, we shall have the valedictory function at 3 p.m. We are waiting for the president of the meeting to arrive. So initially we had scheduled it for 3:15 IST. So now he has agreed to come a little earlier. So as soon as he comes, we will start the valedictory function. The meeting link remains the same.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants. We'll be starting the valedictory function soon.
Discover your passions.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता।
We have come to the end of today's international conference organized by SD College Alapi in collaboration with School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. For the successful completion and active participation, let us appreciate ourselves with a large round of applause. Please. With the blessings of God, let's begin the valedictory function. I request the audience to rise up for prayer. Let me call Anjali for prayer.
പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം നിൻ തിരുനടയിൽ കൈകൂപ്പി നിൽക്കും ഞങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കണേ അറിവിൻ പ്രകാശം പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം നിൻ തിരുനടയിൽ കൈകൂപ്പി നിൽക്കും ഞങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കണേ അറിവിൻ പ്രകാശം ജീവന്റെ ഓരോ തുടിപ്പിലും നൽകുന്നു തേജസ്സു നിൻ വിരസ്പർശം ജീവന്റെ ഓരോ തുടിപ്പിലും നൽകുന്നു തേജസ്സു നിൻ വിരസ്പർശം നീ തന്നെ പോകും നീ തന്നെ പുൽനാമ്പും നീ തന്നെ കടലലയും സാഗരത്തിരയും പർവ്വതനിരയും നീ തന്നെ നിത്യപ്രഭാവമേ നീ തന്നെ നിത്യപ്രഭാവമേ പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം പ്രപഞ്ച ചൈതന്യമേ പ്രണാമം നിൻ തിരുനടയിൽ കൈകൂപ്പി നിൽക്കും ഞങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കണേ അറിവിൻ പ്രകാശം അറിവിൻ പ്രകാശം അറിവിൻ പ്രകാശം.
Thank you, Anjali. Now I request Dr. Vineet Chandra to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Neelandan Sir, Secretary of STV, Dr. M. Krishnan, Head of Department of Commerce, Dr. Gangaram, Faculty of Tribhuvan University, dear scholars and teachers. With the successful completion of each session of the two-day International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Business and the Impact of COVID, we have reached the last leg of the program, that is Validity session. Graced by Sri Chris Gopalakrishnan, co-founder of Infosys, by inaugurating the program. We had in total 5 technical sessions, 3 hosted by from here and 2 from Nepal. The first technical session was by Professor Matthew J. Manimala, Professor of IAM, on the title Entrepreneurial Innovations. The second technical session was by Professor Mahananda Chalis, Professor of Tribhuvan University, on the topic MSMEs in Nepal. The third session was by Dr. Purnima Vasdani, Senior Consultant of PwC, she detailed a lot of case studies pertaining to the entrepreneurial heuristics. For today, we had Professor Neharika Vohra, VC of Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University. She detailed about innovation and entrepreneurial thinking. The last technical session was handled by an entrepreneur, Sri Deshbandhu Basnat. We also had four separate paper presentation sessions of Nepal and India based on the theme entrepreneurship. There were 52 papers on offline and online mode. We propose to make this collaboration the beginning of something great. For bringing the conference to reality, I congratulate both the institutions of knowledge. Let me go into the duty of welcoming the dignitaries and participants. I welcome Neelakandan sir, Secretary of SGV, for presiding over the validity. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of faculty, researchers, students of both the institutions. Then I welcome Dr. Gangaram sir, a faculty and Deputy Director of School of Management, Tribhuvan University, on behalf of everyone here, to brief on the sessions conducted in the conference and deliver vote of thanks. Next, I welcome Govindan Tamang, Director of Tribhuvan University. I welcome sir to this program. Next, I welcome Dr. M. Krishnan, HOD of Department of Commerce for this function. Last but not the least, the participants who are teachers, researchers, and students from various institutions. I welcome you all on behalf of both the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet sir. Now I request Sri Neelakantan N, Secretary, Sanatana Dharma Vidyashala, to deliver the presidential address.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Krishnan and faculty members of our Commerce Department, Dr. Gangaram and team from Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and other dignitaries, dear participants, research scholars, students, and other faculty members. I am extremely happy to chair this valedictory session of the International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Business, and the Impact of COVID in collaboration with School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. I would like to thank the entire team from Tribhuvan University, Nepal for collaborating with us for this great conference. I would like to congratulate Dr. Krishnan and team of Commerce of our college for meticulously arranging this event and bringing eminent persons like Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan and others for this conference and enable them to visit our college. I once again thank all the participants who made this conference a great success. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now let's move on to certificate distribution. We have to distribute participation certificates and the Best Paper Award. Papers are evaluated for Best Paper criteria by our chairs, Dr. P.N. Harikumar and Dr. Bijuti. Now it's time to reward the excellent work. I request Sri Neelakantan N, Secretary, Sanatana Dharma Vidyashala, to distribute the Best Paper Award. The Best Paper Award goes to Reshma MJ, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, School of Business Management and Legal Studies, University of Kerala. Her paper, I request Krishnan sir to join. Her paper is titled Booming Pet Industry, Emerging Trends and Opportunities in Indian Pet Business, grouped under the subtitle Business Trends and Novel Paradigms. Thank you, sir. Let's move on to certificate distribution. I request Sri Neelakantan N, Secretary Sanadana Dharma Vidyashala, to distribute the certificates. Participation certificates. Shruti PJ. Shajila Rani A. Anagha Narayanan. Mohammad Kabir A. Thank you, sir. Now I request our HOD Krishnan sir to speak a few words.
Dr. Govinda Tamang, Acting Director, School of Management, Tribhuvan University. The President of the meeting, Sri N. Neelakantan sir, my colleague, Dr. Vineet, Dr. Ganga from Tribhuvan University, dear scholars. Just to brief on what this conference means to us, I thought I'll change the schedule of the program for a couple of minutes and just brief us. In fact, we were after this conference for the last 6 months, and we wanted to make it happen in April, May. Unfortunately, due to the academic pressures on both ends, we had to push it, and it got delayed till now. But I think it was worth waiting. And now we have reached the conclusion session. I don't think there will be another opportunity for me to convey our appreciation to Tribhuvan University and specifically to Dr. Tamang for the support which they have rendered for this conference. I had the opportunity to listen to the presentations or chair the presentations of the scholars of Tribhuvan University. There were only 5 paper presentations which they had, and I have to be very honest, they were really good presentations, really good papers, and it was very pleasantly surprising to note that they were all postgraduate students of Tribhuvan University and not research scholars at a PhD level. So my appreciations and congratulations to all the faculty members who have taken the pain of guiding them to such good work. This conference, when we started off, we were very clear, we are not after numbers, we don't want too many numbers. We had almost 80, I think 85, 86 participants in total, online as well as offline. And I'm sure that all of you have learned a lot for the last 2 days. Some of the sessions were really interesting and kind of a different level than what we were used to listen to. So for that, let me extend my sincere appreciations to Professor Dr. Matthew J. Manimala sir, Dr. Purnima Vasdani, Professor Neharika Vohra. These were extremely resourceful persons from our side, and they're equally good resource persons from Nepal. So it was really a great honor for us to host this 2-day international conference. I hope in future, as Dr. Tamang mentioned in the inaugural address, in the inauguration yesterday, that this is just a start to many things which are going to happen. Even we are in the process of thinking of student exchange and faculty exchange. I wanted to say one thing to all our scholars and all the research aspirants who are attending this offline and online. We as Sanadana Dharma, the Department of Commerce, SG College, I always think we have so much of limited resources, we have limited time, but we have unlimited dreams and unlimited expectations from all well-wishers of this college. That's the only thing which motivates us. And let me assure you, this is just a start of much more things which are going to happen from our side. And we will, with every step, we will ensure that the quality of all the programs which we do keeps on increasing and getting better. So as a part of the team commerce, let me extend a deep sense of gratitude to all those who have joined us in this journey for the last 2 days. And special thanks to Dr. Tamang and Dr. Ganga for managing all the pressures on their side, and along with that, taking our pressure as well. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishnan sir. Now it's time for the participants to share their feedback. Participants, please come forward.
Okay. Respected chief guest, head of the department, and all the delegates who are present offline and online. So I'm really very thrilled, and I didn't really expect this. This was my first presentation in any conference, and this is a great motivation for me. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think from the start, that is from the registration time to this particular ending session, that is this valedictory session, everything was very organized. There was no confusion and there was no delay. I congratulate to the organizing team for arranging this conference in a very good way. And also here in India, I think the SD College Center, we had a very pleasant experience coming here. All the teachers and the scholars were very friendly. So thank you so much. And we also expect more conferences and workshops like this coming. So thank you.
Thank you, Reshma. Anyone else?
Respected all, it's my privilege to get an opportunity to participate in an international conference organized by SD College. It was an excellent conference. All the sessions were very informative, and I appreciate all those who organized this conference in such a wonderful way. Thank you all. Looking forward more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me now request Dr. Gangaram, online participants can also share their feedback. So I guess there is no one out there. So let us move on to the next session. Let me now request Dr. Gangaram Biswakarma from School of Management Studies, Tribhuvan University, Nepal, to read the report of today's international conference and to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you. I think I'm audible there. Yes.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
You're audible.
Thank you. Chairperson of this valedictory session, Sri Nilakandan and Dr. Vinit Chandra, Dr. Krishnan, and Dr. Govindasa, and other participants here. So as the conference was named as Entrepreneurship Business and the Impact of COVID on that. So it was jointly organized by PG Research Department of Commerce, Sanatana Dharma College, and School of Management, Tribhuvan University. So this conference brought together academicians, entrepreneurs, scholars, and others to deliberate and share knowledge and experiences on entrepreneurship, business, and perspective of COVID-19. The program was commenced with inaugural program in which Dr. Krishnan, Head of Commerce, welcomed all the conference participants. The house was addressed by R. Krishnan Sir, President Sanat SD College. Gopalakrishnan sir, co-founder and former CEO, Infosys, inaugurated the conference. And in his introductory address, Gopalakrishnan sir gave a brief overview of the current knowledge on the causal link between present environmental factors and entrepreneurship. He talks in regards to the change that we see in the present time, the generation and the benefit with this the entrepreneurs have. He talks on future of Internet things and the changes it brought to the industry, transformed, and the opportunity it gives to us. He emphasized on the people that make a difference in the industry, and the generation will definitely will success to make the world a better place to live. It was followed by the felicitations by Dr. N. Saraswati, Principal SD College, Dr. Govinda Tamang, Acting Director of SOMTU, S. Ramananda, Member, SDP Management Committee, and it felt us that it connected us from Nepal and India, though we were online and offline, we go with blended mode. The opening ceremony of the conference was concluded with the vote of thanks by Dr. Prasanta and the convener of the conference. There were 5 technical session contributions were made from eminent speaker during this conference. The first, we had a privilege to listen to Professor Matthew, professor from IIM Bangalore, in which he talks on crisis situation and the entrepreneurship and the people innovation and reference to Sumpeter. Followed by technical talk by Professor Manand Chalise, professor from TU. He presented his view on micro, small, medium enterprises and their present state of affairs and the ecosystem thereon in Nepal. The last technical talk of the first day was given by Dr. Purnima from PwC Canada. She presented the case study of entrepreneurs very beautifully from India with a good macro aspect to micro case study aspect of the understanding that we can have from the entrepreneurs of MSMEs in India. She beautifully mentioned the challenges and the problem solving and decision making of entrepreneurs of MSMEs in India. The second day of the conference commenced with the technical session 4th, and we had a privilege to listen to Professor Neharika Vohra, VC Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, and I am professor. She raised the importance of innovation and the way the innovation should be in the entrepreneurship, referring back to the Sumpeter, the understanding of innovation and entrepreneurship extended. She covered the talk focus on innovation, and the beautiful part was the causal and the effectual reasoning thereon. The 5th technical session, the entrepreneurs talk, we had Engineer Desbandhu Basnet, chairperson bi-national FNCCI Nepal. He presented the current scenario of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Nepal, the challenges and the prospects of the business in Nepal. In addition to this, special talks from eminent speakers, we had total 100 plus participants in the conference from India, Nepal, and other nations too, both via online and offline mode. In addition, postgraduate students from SOMTU and STC. We had 55 plus research papers presented in 4 parallel sessions, online and offline, in the second day of the conference by research scholars and the faculty members. The sessions were very fruitful for every participants of the conference. We hope that everybody got something out of this, and they're happy in connection with this conference, that they got knowledge, experience, and sharing of knowledge from everybody. So this is followed by the valedictory session that we are here. That marks the closure of the conference. So with this reporting, I would like to extend the vote of thanks to. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched, but it must be felt by the heart. And by this conference, we in SWAMTU, as well as from the SCC, we hope that we are connected with the hearts, even though we tried to connect with you online. In the coming days, we hope that we will be definitely face-to-face mode of our conference, as we are still in dilemma that COVID-19 will take what kind of situation in the coming times. Even though we are hopeful, I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I extend vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team of SDC and SOM to you. I extend thanks to all the eminent speakers who took their valuable time from their busy schedule for us to share their experience and thoughts. I thank all paper presenters, participants of the conference, that they participated wholeheartedly to this conference to make this conference very fruitful and successful. A sincere thanks to all those who involved themselves in this conference, such as the technical team, postgraduate students from the two institutions, technical personnel, and other who help us to make this conference a great success. Thank you once again, and I hope that we will again meet face to face for another conference, and we are very hopeful that this kind of conference will bring us together for the coming time. So thank you once again. So over to SDC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gangaram, for your nice words. Dear participants, there is an announcement. You can collect your participation certificates from the Department of Commerce after the valedictory function. Now it's time to wind up. Let us wind up with national anthem. I request the participants to rise and maintain decorum. We'll have the national anthem of both the countries.
सायुधुंगा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायुधुंगा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचला ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तारा पहाडी माला अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छ विशाला अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल। जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे।
Mm.